might need to go back in there for a double shot. That's the first thing they said when I walked in. They said, "You getting a double shot of espresso this morning?" I said, "No." I said, "Actually, I'm going to do a latte." He said, "Yeah, it's kind of the weather." I said, "It is. It dropped, y'all. It's 69 degrees out here. It's chilly. It's cold. It is cold." I think that next week it's going to cool off a bunch, be in the 70s, which will be nice to work out in. So we'll do a lot of working out next week because it's going to be nice. Tis the season. Tis the weather. Let's see. It says it's 67 degrees right now. You know, it's crazy because you'll need winter clothes and summer clothes to live on the streets. I'm actually debating whether or not I'm going to work out in a little while, so I'm debating whether or not I want to put some pants on. I have some in my book bag. 67 degrees. It's crazy. Good morning. Oh. Buttons. Why don't my phone work? You know, I can't even come and do my job without the internet trolls. I mean, the first one ain't even got started and it's already a troll. I got stuff for you guys this morning. Juicy stuff. Juicy stuff. Someone told me something yesterday and in passing, and they told me about a case that happened here. A lady that was found dead in a house down the road. And they were under the impression that this woman was homeless. She was not. She was a nurse. Yeah, so then that case led into a different case that led into a different case. That's what we're going to talk about this morning because, as you can see, it's dreary here. It's been raining all morning. It wasn't supposed to rain this morning. It wasn't supposed to rain last night, but it did. So the fact that I'm even up kicking it is a miracle. Good morning, Miss GT500. Hello, Ancient Carbon Maps. Good morning. Yeah, I think I need a double shot of espresso. Ain't it sad when regular coffee don't work no more? It don't work. It don't even like, it ain't even good enough to get in the shower with. You know how like sometimes you can drink like a half a cup of coffee and then you're ready to get in the shower? After your body has learned to survive on espresso, you can never go back to regular coffee or regular coffee drinks. You always want double espressos and stuff because it's just so much stronger. It's like a cup of coffee in a shot, you know? It's like a cup of coffee in a shot. I got two guys at 3 o'clock waving at me from some van sitting at a stoplight. It's never a good day to get stabbed. Sitting here now, trying to work, and I got two boys waving at me from this carpet van. Bro, do you not see me talking to myself? Am I not allowed to be crazy and talk to myself on a park bench? Homeless? What happened? You know, honestly, I've never seen so many people try to interject themselves into some homeless woman's life. It's crazy. Like, didn't your parents tell you to stay away from the homeless? Because I think they should have. They're not going to hurt you, but like, I feel like Snow White all the time. I'm just out here collecting souls and birds and worms and foxes and damn. My 7 dwarves rolling around in a damn carpet van this morning, waving at me. You looking for us? No, it's 2025. No, you are not my responsibility anymore. I ain't trying to put up with your grumpy, dopey asses anyways. 7 personalities, huh? It's too much for me. I already got 7 myself. Oh, God. You know what I mean? Y'all. People are crazy. They make me crazy. I did sleep pretty good, if you can't tell by the lack of bags under my eyes this morning. Usually they're so bad. They're so bad. Because I haven't been getting sleep. I get like 2-3 hours a night. And then I'm up. Have to be. Daylight. Yeah. You can't just be sleeping out here on a park bench during the day. It's improper. Y'all, I don't know if it's the humidity or what, but my nose is running. I better go catch it. Sorry. Yeah. I better go catch my nose. Good morning. It's going to be a lovely Saturday. I think it's the humidity. Good morning, Amy Elizabeth. Hope you're doing well. See how her profile picture looks real? I've had a lot of women profile pictures pop up recently that are fake. They're fake pictures. They're like stock photos. They look like something off a candid camera. Oh God, camera corner stock photo. That's what it looks like, a camera corner stock photo. I'm making it, Frederick. I'm making it. Good morning, Johnny. I'm making it. Y'all, so let me tell you what happened. So I was talking to somebody that lives here in Stokes County. And this is actually, I think, Rockingham. I don't know. They run together. You know how small towns are. Are there lines? Are there borders? They don't act like there are. Who? The government. Anyways, there's only lines when it suffices them, like when it's good for them. Otherwise, these counties kind of run together, you know, if it's in the benefit of them. Anyways, there was a woman that they found dead over in Pine Hall, North Carolina, back in I think it was, y'all know I ain't got no memory. Why am I going to try to even remember? I think it was October 2nd, 2018. That's my best guess. Going once, Alex. Going once. I'm going to say October 2nd of 2018, Alex, for 500. So, pretty much what happened was first of all, her name was Monica Godley. And her middle name is it Wooderly? Woodley? Anyways, Monica Godley. Godley, I do believe. She was 46, 43. Give me a minute. I really hope one day I get to a point where my life is so stable I can remember what I read last night the next morning. The uncertainty that comes with living on the streets, being exposed all the time, my foot's itching. You don't get good sleep. Your basic needs are not being met. You're being re-victimized every single day you're out here. This is traumatic, being homeless, okay? So it's hard to remember stuff. With trauma comes brain fog and a lapse of memory. That's probably why my memory's been crap my whole life, because every time I turn around, It's more shit. So, yeah. Anyways, let me find this so I can tell you, because it was very interesting. So somebody told me in passing that she was a homeless woman that just went up in there and they found her dead. And I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe she died from natural causes. Maybe she had a heart attack. Maybe it was the elements, because it does get cold. It does snow here. It gets very cold here, into the teens last year. So I thought maybe natural causes. No. She killed herself. That's what they're listing. The reason we're talking about this is because it does not make sense. So this was her. First of all, absolutely beautiful woman. Absolutely beautiful. Her name was Monica Godley. She had 2 children, 2 adult children, a son and a daughter. She was a nurse. The medical examiner of Stokes County ruled the death a suicide from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The problem with this, in my opinion, is that she wasn't even from here. She was from Beaufort, North Carolina, near New Bern, which is over like 2 hours from here. So right here is New Bern. Okay, that's the coast of North Carolina. Hold on one second. So she drove all the way from over here to the top of the state to commit suicide. Let me tell y'all something that's even weirder. Approximately 70% of people that commit suicide do it in their own residence, home, or car, or place of work. So there's a personal aspect to when they take their own life. They want to be in comfortability when they do so. Thank you so much, Andrew. Oh, God. Y'all, the drama. I don't have time for this morning. This is probably a troll. Yes, account was created. Thank you for the money. Praying for you. So, this is what people do. They come here and try to make me look bad by making up lies and like, yeah. Y'all, I'm gonna be nice this morning and leave it alone. So, 69.3% to be exact, percent of people that commit suicide, they do it in their home, in their place of work, in their car, somewhere where they are comfortable, somewhere where they have a history, maybe a childhood park that they grew up in, or a graveyard that their relatives are buried in. Do you see there's like a personal aspect to it? She drove over 2 miles to drive to an abandoned shack to shoot herself. First of all, she had pending criminal charges that you can't even find online right now. It's being alleged that she had been stealing pills from her employer and that she had criminal charges pending for these said incidents. I cannot find any validity to that. I don't know if that's true. I will say that I have something to show you, though. She did have 1 charge on the NC Department of Public Offender Search. She had a criminal record for, it was dating back. Her opus number is 1547404. She would be 53 now. I do believe she was 43 when they found her dead in the shack. So she had filed a false police report, which is a misdemeanor. But that happened in February of 2017, and then she was found dead in October of 2018. In my opinion, you can't find nothing on this case. Like nothing. I would have to go pull public record from Stokes County to even figure out the toxicology. You can't find that online. It should be public information. This is why we even invented the World Wide Web. The reason the World Wide Web was invented was to share all of this public information that is now not public information. It's crazy. So, in my opinion, they're saying there's nothing you can find. There's not a clear-cut story as to why she was in Stokes County. There's not any answers as to what she was doing here and why she would have been found in that abandoned house. That house is for sale. It's been setting for sale for, I do believe, years. The house was not being cohabitated in when she was in the house, from my knowledge. But once again, I don't know, because the media doesn't tell us anything. I think she was on drugs. I do. I think she got on drugs at work. I think she started stealing pills at work. Hold on one second. I got something to show you. A before and after of her. I think that if it's true what's being said, that she had these criminal charges pending from stealing from her job, then it makes perfect sense why she committed suicide. But if that's not true, then it don't make sense at all why she committed suicide. And once again, who travels 200 miles, over 200 miles, to go commit suicide in a random house? It's weird. She had to have been here for a purpose. She had to have had friends here, been meeting somebody here, going out here. She had to have had business here. Nobody drives 200 miles to commit suicide. Not unless they're wanted by the FBI and there's like an active investigation and they're like a nationwide manhunt. Okay? Brian Laundrie. Like, that's different. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, she had a home in Beaufort. She could have committed suicide there. 69.3% of people do. In their home, in their property, in their, office or something. So, it's weird. It's really weird. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find the before and after of her, because she changed a lot. So, the week before, she went missing. So, what happened was that she actually went missing, and her family got in touch with investigators looking for her. Something led Stokes County investigators to a house in Pine Hall, North Carolina, where they smelled a smell. They went back several times before they were able to get a search warrant. The last time they went back, they found her body. They knew that there was a dead body in the house. They could smell it, but they had to get a search warrant in order to enter that property. So that's what they did. They found Monica's body in there, and they said that she died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But the week prior to her death, she changed her hair. There was a few things that she changed. She used to be this blonde. Look at the difference in the photo. Hold on one second. Now, one of these might have a filter. I don't know. I just found it weird that she changed so much. In my opinion, one picture looks like she could have had a drug problem, and the other picture looks like she doesn't. That's just my opinion. Right here, you can see where she has blonde in her hair. And then the week before she went missing, she dyed it this auburn dark brown, and you can see that she looks completely different. I mean, completely different. Those look like two different people. And my resolution is not that great, I'm sorry, but her name is Monica Godley, and you could go look this up. She looks completely different. So I don't know if that was a filter, or if she went through a lot of stuff before she committed suicide. I don't know. But I found it interesting that looks like two different people. And it might have been two different periods of her life. We know that she got that misdemeanor charge for falsifying a police report back in 2017. In my opinion, that probably stemmed from some incident with drugs. I don't know. And that's what sucks. It's like, why does the media not tell us what happened? Because we have every right to know. You don't just tell us that you found a dead body and then not finish the story. What kind of madness is that? That's evil. You gonna tell us half and not tell us why? You tell us that it happened, but not why. There's a reason that this woman took her life. And listen, surely Stokes County check for lividity and shit, right? It's sad I even have to ask this, but there's been other medical examiners in the past that did not check for things that they should have checked for. It's their literal job. And then we find out after a body is dug up that the medical examiner missed something. So things have been, they're not perfect. They're not faultless, They're human just like all of us, and they're subject to make mistakes. It's really crazy. It really is. It's extremely weird that you would drive that far just to commit suicide. And in my opinion, she knew somebody here. She was running around with somebody here. And if it's true, so let me read you to what they said. They said that she had been busted money laundering. Hold on one second. Monica Woodlard Godley. She was 46. She passed away. Hold on one second. So I see back, and it was September 25th. A woman who was last seen in Stokes County has been reported missing. So this is when she was originally reported missing. Monica W. Godley left Beaufort County on September 4th to travel and visit with a friend in Pine Hall. So she did come here to meet somebody. I wonder who that friend was. She hasn't been seen since. So you just stop your investigation? You just stop asking questions? You just... Jesus flipping Christ. If anybody has any information, please call. Who was the last person she was seen with? That's your crime. Y'all, these people are weird up here. I swear to God. When I went to jail in Rockingham County, they were more worried about sex than doing their job. Bunch of perverted jailers up there. Don't get me started. And then, a few weeks later, the human remains were found inside of a home here. So that was her obituary. Okay, I was just making sure that was her obituary because I wanted to tell you something about her life, but this obituary had a different date than the media, and this is my problem when doing these. This is part of the reason I stopped doing this, because it looks like I don't know what's going on, because the media types stuff that they shouldn't. Nobody has their story right. So she was 46, and she was from Chakawitty? I don't know. Listen. She was born July 14th, 1972. She graduated Chakawitney High School in 1990. She went to the community college at Pitt. She received her associates in nursing. And this is, in my opinion, once again, we don't know if it's true that she had pending embezzlement charges. That's what they're alleging. And they're alleging that that's why she took her own life. So she had a son and a daughter. So I see where she went missing. She was found inside of a home on Wednesday. She was 46. Deputies with the Stokes County Sheriff's Office said they were searching for Godley when they found her remains just after lunchtime Wednesday, after they smelled something near the home. And they would have knew it was a dead body. It's a distinct smell, so they would have been able to go back and ask a judge for a search warrant. After receiving the request to look for her, deputies went out to the friend's residence but did not find her. Over the next few days, detectives began investigating the matter and continued to search the area around where Godley had been reported last. After searching the area, as well as speaking with neighbors in the area, Godley was still not located. Deputies went back to the area to search again on Wednesday and come up upon an abandoned house. Detectives then obtained a search warrant. And with the assistance of the North Carolina, it's the state bureaus of the SBI, they began processing the scene. Investigators said that she died from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. What is this woman that got herself up into? And who was this friend? What was his name? Don't ask me how I know it's a he. It's got to be a he. Creepy. He creepy. Who drives 200 miles to come see a friend, over 200 miles, to come see a friend, to hang out with a friend, and then leaves said friend to go find an abandoned house and shoots and kills themselves? Let me remind you that 69.3% of suicides are done in the home, office, car of said person taking their own life. It's very rare, I mean extremely rare, for someone to make this kind of commute to visit a friend and then off themselves. It's just weird. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that she didn't. I'm just saying it's weird as hell. And then she was a nurse. She was a respected nurse in her community in Beaufort. What type of nurse starts stealing from their job? It's alleged that, hold on, we'll get there. It's alleged that it was embezzlement charges. Investigators, I found this interesting. Investigators said that Godley died from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. What you mean, Willis? Either it is or it isn't. What appears to be. I don't think you know how to do your job properly now. Now I think you need to be under investigation. Either it is or it's not a self-inflicted gunshot wound. What do you mean it appears to be? Is this how we're operating in law now? It appears that that person stabbed that person, but we don't know. So exciting. Are we locking up an innocent person or not? Do you see? Do you see what I'm saying? It appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Either it is or it's not. The medical examiner has ruled the death a suicide. And that's probably just the media that don't know how to damn write nothing, okay? Let me read you something. While some individuals have traveled a short distance to commit suicide, it's not the most common scenario. Suicide far from home, a concept known as transjurisdictional suicide, describes instances where people die by suicide far from their residence. Research indicates that these individuals are often white males and drive into a city, live nearby an urban center, are older than 21, or are married or never married and haven't lived in the state where they die by suicide. This is what I was talking about earlier, that other like 30-something%. It's very rare for a victim like that, or someone to drive this far and commit suicide. Very rare. I mean, like extremely rare. Especially a female too, because this is usually like a white male. We have more white males that take their own lives. Veterans, military, first responders. Yeah. So. Suicide locations. Data from Australia showed that 69.3% of suicides occurred at home, while 25.2% happened in public places, including hotel rooms. A study from Tyrrell found that about 3/4 of suicides occurred in a person's community of residence, and nearly half occurred in their own dwelling or adjoining places: job, car, shed, workshop. You know. Well, hold on one second. Now I got a new question. What percentage of women commit suicide in comparison to men? I should ask for suicide rates in females and males. They'll find it. Men account for approximately 80% of suicides in 2023. That was a rate from 2023. It's 4 times higher than women. So it is higher, but I was trying to find a percentage and I don't see a percentage. I don't know how to ask the question. I don't know how to ask the question. I'm sorry. I was trying to find the rates on both sexes. So Stokes County detectives found the body of a missing woman, Monica Godley, in an abandoned house on Pine Hall Road in what the medical examiner has ruled a suicide. So it looks like it was September 27th of 2018. It was around the time that she was found, and this investigation was kicked off as to how she got here from Beaufort County. So I found some kind of online, trust it with a grain of salt, you know how people are. they were talking about she normally has blonde hair but dyed it auburn or brown before she left Beaufort County. And that was a statement by police. The police said that Monica, who usually had like a sandy brown highlighted with blonde hair, she completely changed that. She like dyed it like a box brown auburn, which was really weird because she had had the same hair color for like 30 years. So her whole career in nursing, over 20 years I suppose, she had had the same color hair. And then all of a sudden, before she comes down here, she dyes it a different color. Y'all, there is so much more to this story. And as I'm saying it, I'm starting to realize that if she did come out here to meet somebody, it would have been absolutely for something nefarious, something to do. I don't know. Dyeing your hair? Why would you do that? I can only think of 2 reasons a woman would dye her hair. To be in disguise, and because someone wants her to dye her hair for a specific reason. So someone said that her death is quite concerning due to her legal and professional troubles. It cannot be ruled out that they didn't have a role in her going missing. And this caught me. I was like, what you mean legal troubles? Because I looked up her Opus number and I can't find any pending charges from 2018 or 2017, and there's no other criminal record. The only criminal record she had was for falsifying a police report to the cops back in 2017, and I'm wondering if she did in fact have substance abuse issues, and that's when her substance abuse issues started to spiral. If it's true that she was embezzling money and using that money to buy drugs, yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. Someone said, I did some further sleuthing. She does have a criminal charge active from an arrest in April of 2018. The only info I could find is that a specific charge was for filing a police report that was fake, which was a misdemeanor, which she got community service and probation for because she was a first-time offender. So there is also a reference that the outcome of the service and probation was unsatisfactory, maybe because she was failing drug tests. Allegedly, we don't know. It's just weird for a nurse who had a 20-year career, raised children, was responsible, stable, respectable, pillar of her community. All of a sudden, she now has legal trouble. She's dyeing her hair. She's being charged allegedly with embezzlement. There's, allegations of drug use. And then she dyes her hair and comes out here to meet a friend 2 hours away and then takes her own life. If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. None of it makes sense. So it looks like she had multiple criminal and vehicular charges going back to 2013, allegedly, in other states, but I'm done. Some states report a traffic charge or an arrest as a criminal, so take that with a grain of salt. Well, why didn't you drop a link? Okay, here we go. So the NC court calendar, when was this posted? So this was September 26th of 2018, which would have been a few days after, or right when she went missing. So it would have been before they found her body. Oh no, I think they found her body on that day, which is crazy. So this would have been around the time that she was missing and nobody knew where she was. NC court calendar indicates she has a court date on 10/10 for charges of felony embezzlement, CS by employee. That was the same day. I'm looking at the time now. An hour later, someone posted on the chat, Stokes County deputies found an unidentified human body while searching for her. So I don't know if this is true. Take it with a grain of salt. It's being alleged that she actually had pending charges for embezzlement from her employer. And you saw that picture. Ding, ding, ding. She has 3 counts of embezzlement against her in Pitt County where she works. More specifically, the embezzlement is actually taken controlled substances, pharmaceuticals, from where she works. Her next court appearance is supposed to be October 18th. Given the nature of the crimes alleged, her license as an RN is in jeopardy. This information comes from the North Carolina court records. In my opinion, it sounds like she got on drugs. It sounds like she got on drugs and got mixed up in a lot of nefarious shit. I don't know if this is true. If this is true, then I believe she took her own life. But if these criminal charges and a drug history is not there, then I don't believe for a minute she took her own life. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Then the same person says, that said, what has been said by the family is concerning on its own. So it seems like, and when I went to go find their Facebook, I couldn't get into my Facebook to get into their Facebook. It sounds like she didn't, her family maybe wasn't the nicest people. How do you go from that to that? Look how much older she looks in that picture than that one. I mean, they look like two different people. I'll tell you how. Drugs. I don't know. I mean, why, and they're alleging that she was stealing pharmaceuticals. I don't know. It's really sad. I mean, I wonder who that friend was. I wonder who that friend she came to hang out with here was. And I wonder what they were, and I wonder what her toxicology. I want to see her toxicology. I want to know what was in her system. That's my biggest question. You can't find that. It's crazy. The general public thought she was some homeless woman that, was just trash, I guess. I don't know. That's what somebody told me. They said they found a homeless woman in that house down there. And then I went and did a little bit of digging, and I'm like, that wasn't a homeless woman. That was a loving mother that had children that dedicated her life to helping others. Society's cold, man. Cold. Well, super cold. First of all, side note, this is supposed to be cold cases today, but I got to talk about this crazy ass lady. What do we know? Okay, what do we know? What do we say? Sometimes God makes people's outside match their what? Their inside. Okay, it's a warning in the wild. Look at this. Does she look stable, sane, rational? Yeah, she was arrested for mating with animals. I feel like for legal reasons, we need to call that rape. She was raping animals. You cannot make this shit up. So she was actually charged, I do believe, in Martinsville. Hold on. This is just a side note. I ain't going to go too far into this because a Danville woman was arrested on Wednesday for engaging in inappropriate, my favorite new word, inappropriate and unlawful sexual acts with you know who. And she filmed it back in May. They determined that this offense happened in southern Alamance County. They were able to find the woman and she was arrested. She's 29, Sydney Bayless. Sydney's soulless, okay? Bayless. It should have been soulless. She was arrested and charged with felony crimes against nature. She was given a $3,000 bond. I think Sydney needs to be behind bars for probably the rest of her damn life, and if not, then Sydney needs to be on a damn state watch list, okay? What is wrong with people? Do you know how many women I've seen charged with this recently? 24 in a month. 24 in a month. I don't know what in the bestiality has gotten to these damn sick bitches out here, but I guess pay attention because that crime's getting worse. I'm not even joking. I've seen 24 of these reports in the past month. Most out of the state of North Carolina and Florida. Crazy. You know why that is, right? I'll tell you why. It's because of technology. It's because of sites like OnlyFans. It's because of porn. So there was a cold case file here in Surrey County. It was actually a little girl from Winston-Salem that was killed back in 1980. They found her next to a tobacco barn. She'd been murdered for many, many years, 30, 40 years. They didn't know who done it. I want to read you this because it was really interesting to me, because they just caught the guy, I do believe, last year or year before last. And this is great police work. Listen. So, man convicted of killing a 14-year-old, Rhonda Baylock was her name, and he was arrested 40 years after her murder, but recently he was denied parole. I wanted to touch on this because if our wording and murdering a 14-year-old child is not enough to warrant the death penalty, then what is? He only got, I think, 21 years for killing Rhonda. 40 years after he murdered her. This is the prime reason that we have the death penalty in the state of North Carolina. This gentle justice, it makes me sick. So this is out of Surrey County. The man convicted of raping and killing a 14-year-old, Rhonda Baylock, in Surrey County in 1980 has been denied a parole. So Baylock was found dead on Friday, August 29th, 1980. The case remained unsolved for nearly 40 years. In March of 2015, the Rhonda Baylock Task Force was announced in a renewed effort by the NC State Bureau of Investigation and 4 sheriff offices to solve the cold case. And one of the Surrey County Sheriff Graham Atkins said, within a day or so after receiving her call, there were developments that I cannot discuss here today, but this task force is actively pursuing the leads. Now, this is when they were looking. I got this guy over here being a creep. He just got out of a car. He's just standing here eating a sandwich, being a creep. Lord have mercy. I can't even come out here and work. You know what I mean? Without somebody in my face. Maybe he's interested in what I got to say, but honestly, he looks like the type that would commit this type of crime, so I don't want him in my face. So Rhonda, who was only 14 years old at the time, she would have been, what, high school, a freshman approximately, unless her birthday was in December like mine, then she would have still been in 8th grade. I guess probably high school. Maybe, I don't know. Hold on. Yes, high school. So Atkins High School in Winston-Salem is where she disappeared from. Witnesses told investigators that Rhonda and her friends accepted a ride from a man driving a dark blue 1970s model pickup on the day that she disappeared. From other reports that I read, what happened was Rhonda and her friend accepted a ride from this guy. See, Rhonda lived in Rural Hall. She went to high school in Winston-Salem. Another loser. She went to high school in Winston-Salem. And so that's like a 30-minute hike. 20 to 30 minutes. It's kind of crazy that, and maybe I just don't have my geography right. That's a crazy ass walk. I mean, it was 1980, so things was way different. From my understanding from other reports, what happened was that Rhonda actually was never dropped off at her house. She was never dropped off at her house. Her friend was dropped off first, and then Rhonda was found stabbed to death. Listen. 3 days later, her body was found partially clothed in a heavily wooded area near Secrest Loop Road in Pilot Mountain. An autopsy report indicated she was assaulted and stabbed to death. I might be getting 2 cases mixed up, y'all. Damn, why do I do that? I do that so much. Anyways, so 40 years later, in 2019, on August 2nd, investigators, the SBI, announced that they arrested Robert James Atkins. And can I just say, he looks exactly like the type of scumbag that would do something like this. It's crazy. They all have a look. They all got that same look. He was 62 years old at the time. I'm not joking. If I would have saw him walking down this sidewalk in the middle of the night, I would have changed the street. I would have walked across the street to get away from him. How does someone walk around for 62 years looking like that and no one thinks he's a threat? Officials said DNA evidence played a crucial role in his arrest. He looks like the hills have eyes, but worse. Swear to God. In December of 2020, Atkins was sentenced to 21 to 25 years in prison for her murder and rape. That is not justice. He should have got the death penalty. He's lived a long life free on the streets. If he does not qualify, then who does? He killed a child. He raped and murdered a child. Who qualifies for the death penalty if that does not warrant death? Why do we even have it? He should have got the death penalty. Now he's going to be living on the taxpayers' dimes for God knows how long. Modern misconception, it's cheaper to house them than kill them. I don't know who come up with that lie, but if you believe that, then you don't have no common sense. Zip zero, no common sense. How much is a bullet? So he was denied parole 2 years ago. How often do prisoners come up for parole in the state of North Carolina? So he's up for review this year. Every 3 years. Oh, those convicted of sexually violent offenses are reviewed every 2 years. So he's up for review this year. Because he was denied parole 2 years ago. Another predator back out on the streets when he should have been given the electric chair. Less than 3 years later, in November of 23, Blaylock's family learned that Atkins' case would be reviewed by the North Carolina Parole Commission. The family said, and I'm with the family said, he has had his 40 years of freedom. Now he needs to pay for what he has done. He admitted it. He's guilty. He's in jail, and he should stay in jail. This was from Sherry, one of Rhonda's cousins, after learning that he could be paroled. You tell him, girl. You tell him, Miss Sherry. So about 10 weeks after Fox 8 confirmed, Atkins, who is now 67, will continue to serve his sentence. First of all, you think I'm joking? Hold on, let me see if I can get this picture to pull up, because half of his mugshot's right here. Damn. Why won't it let me? Look at how his eye... Y'all. He was a teen when he done this. He would have been approximately 1980. He would have been in his 20s approximately. Rhonda would have been a 14-year-old child. Miss Blaylock would have turned 59 years old in August. I don't see a date on this. Damn it. That was the lady that was stabbed to death when she was 14. Rhonda. The department lists Atkins' projected release date as September 21st of 2029. So he'll be out. And actually, they have so many people in there, he might be out early for good release, like good behavior. He's stabbed and sexually assaulted a child. And this is what North Carolinians, you think that child's life was worth 20 years, 21 years, 25 years? What if it was your daughter? What if it was your granddaughter, your niece? I hope shit like this never hits close to home for anybody. But this shit's gotta stop. You know how we can make it stop? Use the death penalty. It was a late summer afternoon in 1980 in a quiet corner of a small town in North Carolina that was the inspiration for television fictional Mayberry. Two high school girls strolling down the street gave a friendly wave to a pickup truck, and the driver pulled over near the bowling alley to give them a ride. One of the teens got dropped off at home. The other was never seen alive again. Now, 3 decades after 14-year-old Rhonda Baylock was found partially clothed and stabbed to death in the woods, there's a real-life Andy Griffith investigator. There was a guy that could not put the case down. He was completely obsessed. He was an investigator. And he went to his grave trying to get justice for Rhonda. Graham Atkins was one of the sheriffs too, Surrey County, that fought to get justice for Rhonda. Rhonda's mama, Rebecca Blaylock, said, "I want them to be put in prison for the rest of their lives because I've been in prison for almost 35 years. This was 4 or 5 years before. This was Rhonda. You know, it's crazy because both of the composite sketches looks nothing like that guy. Maybe it did when he was like 20 years old because he kidnapped and killed her when he was like in his 20s. But she was walking with a friend after school on August 26, 1980 when they got into the blue pickup truck driven by a man in his 20s who said his name was Jimmy, but that he went by Butch. He was playing rock music on the radio and smoking Winston's. The driver dropped off the friend, but for whatever reason, Rhonda decided to stay in the truck when she didn't return to her Rule Hall home, so she was right down the road. Her parents reported her missing. 3 days later, she was found 18 miles from home when a man driving down a private road spotted a body under some trees near a tobacco barn in Pilot Mountain. So I didn't have my crime scenes and stuff. I just read so much stuff, they all flow together. I'm getting cold. I might have to put on pants. Where's my coffee? In 2004, detectives dusted off the case file and started re-interviewing witnesses. It looked like we had gotten off to a good start, he said, but it all got stalled again. Late last year, some new stuff popped up, Atkins said. He couldn't say at the time what it was about because it could compromise the investigation, but the guy was arrested. I wonder how they charged him. Well, he admitted to it. Oh, and then there was DNA, I think. Passerbys found Rhonda's body 18 miles. Numerous witnesses in Rule Hall saw Rhonda and her friend voluntarily get into a blue Chevrolet pickup truck driven by a white man who authorities said was Rhonda's killer. Eyewitnesses described the driver of the blue pickup truck as a white man with a tan, possibly late teens or early 20s, tall, around 165 pounds, with straight brownish hair, feathered on the sides, and light facial hair. He listened to rock radio station and smoked cigarettes. He wore a black t-shirt, faded jeans, white tennis shoes, aviator-style glasses, and a baseball cap. They got a damn good description. I can't believe this went unsolved for 40 years, especially with them knowing the description of the pickup truck. Where the fuck is that coming from? Y'all, can y'all hear that? I'm gonna get a YouTube violation. This is crazy. I hope you can't hear that. I can't find nowhere quiet to fucking work. Like, It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, and it feels personal, you know, because it happens so much. It's like, damn, how am I ever going to get off the streets if everybody's out here trying to prevent me from making money? So obviously this man has aged over the past 34 years, and his appearance will most likely differ from the description given in 1980. Witnesses said the blue 1970s model truck was immaculate, except that the passenger side mirror was missing. All of these minor details, it's easy to find. It's weird that it took 40 years to fix this, to find who did this. So the mirror was torn off the car. The rear tires did not match the front. The truck had snow tires on the rear and white wall tires on the front. Very specific. The cab had a bench seat. The CB radio was mounted underneath the middle of the dashboard, and the word Chevrolet was on the steering wheel with a white camper. Hold on. With a white camper shell covering the bed of the truck. This thing would have stuck out like a sore thumb. Do you hear me? It's missing a mirror. It's got mismatched tires. It's got a white camper shell that doesn't match the rest of the truck. This thing would have stuck. This is crazy that they never solved this. The vehicle could have been borrowed when the murder occurred or sold afterwards. Unlike many cases that are decades old without arrest, all of the evidence collected during the investigation of this homicide case exists and is in excellent condition, some of which is currently at the state crime laboratory to be analyzed using DNA testing and other technology that previously did not exist, and the results are expected soon. That's probably how they were able to arrest him. Yeah, back in 1980, they wouldn't have had the DNA technology to arrest him. I wonder if he had priors. Hold on one second. I'm going off on a tangent. I hope you can't hear that music. It makes me mad. You know what I mean? Oh. This is my job. Thanks for supporting my channel. You could never do what I do. Faintly. Okay. Thank you. Thank y'all. Sarah and Robert. Thank y'all. So, what was his name? Hold on one second. I want to look at one thing, and then I want to tell y'all about an actual cold case. Robert Adkins. That's still active. Robert Adkins. Criminal record. Lord have mercy. I don't see his record or like anything on him, but it could just be that I don't have his whole name in there. I just feel like the death penalty, once again, if we're not going to use it for him, then why even have it? I mean, he intentionally brutally murdered this girl, just like the father in Arkansas, or the couple in Arkansas that was recently murdered. Did you see that? So, this family decides to take they have 3 daughters. They decide to take 2 of them on a hiking trip in Devil's Den, which is a park in Arkansas. This just happened this week. This teacher, oh, and I was right. Sorry. I was right. He was a pervert. Let me tell you, I got the dirt. Okay, so we were going to talk about this other cold case. We'll talk about that other cold case at the end. Let me tell you, there's updates in the Arkansas family that's been murdered. He was in fact a pervert. So a school teacher he had 5 different positions in less than 2 years. He had bounced from school district. This is the Arkansas case. Hold on one second. Let me get the family. It's Clint and Christy. Hold on. Arkansas family that was murdered. Does somebody know their names? Was it Clint, Christy? 4 hours ago it dropped. I told y'all, listen. 7 a.m. They just released a statement talking about how the teacher was a pervert. I called it. There's a video yesterday of me telling you that he's a pervert. I gave a description of his crimes and who he was, and I nailed I built a profile on the Arkansas murderer, and everything that I said in my profile was nail on. It hit the nail on the head, and I'm going to tell you how. Listen. 2 years before he was arrested in the killing of the Arkansas hikers, Andrew J. Magon was known to some parents as the Texas elementary school. He was known by parents as being inappropriate with children, and he had a pattern of off-putting behavior around children. He was grooming children. Let me cut through the BS. He had been placed in 5 different school districts in less than 2 years because everybody knew he was a pervert and he could not control his urges. And instead of firing him and putting him on a watch list where he should have been, the school district covered up his bad, inappropriate grooming behavior, and they let it slide district after district. He was after the children. He was after the couple's children, the daughters. The motive was to kidnap those little girls. Exactly what I said it was. I think I need to look at the other phone because I've got screenshots, important stuff that I wanted to share with y'all about that case. Here it is. I got it right here. This man was a school teacher. Look at that demonic, possessed piece of crap. Every single one of those school districts should be sued. I don't know by who, but maybe by the family of the deceased in a wrongful death suit. There you go. Absolutely. Because those school districts, they are mandated reporters. That means that if somebody's weird and they're messing with children, by law, they have to be reported to the police. This is where we're at in society. It's deteriorating. People are accepting things that they should not accept, and they're thinking that it's normal. This is exactly what I said yesterday. People do not know the difference between right and wrong. And I'm not talking about the pervert in this scenario. I'm talking about the principal. I'm talking about the principal. I'm talking about the superintendent of the school. I'm talking about the administrations of the school. They did not do their part. Let's get into this because this is crazy. So, he was actually arrested. So, let me start from the beginning of the story. I think it's Christy. I still don't know these people's names. I'm so sorry. So this was the loving couple. And let me tell you something about these people. Everything that I've heard about these people, everything that I've read about these people, not only did they love their 3 daughters, but they were good parents. They were literally out here taking their children on a hiking adventure, getting them outdoors. So what happened was the husband, I'm going to find his name, and I'm sorry that I cannot remember nothing because it makes me feel like I'm being disrespectful. The Clints, I do believe their name. He was the first one to come under attack. Andrew started stabbing him. I do believe her name is Christy. Christy realized, there's that crack man. That's that van that I'm always talking about, the one that's like all methy and shit, that's loud. Listen. I'm gonna shut up. So Andrew, this 29-year-old school teacher who has been in between jobs, for some reason he was out in the wilderness around this family in this state park called the Devil's Den. He first attacked the father, started stabbing him brutally. Christy realizes what's happening. She she had 2 daughters. One of her daughters decided to stay back with family, so that, thank God, they only had 2 daughters with them. This might have went in the opposite direction if they had more children. It's just, more people to keep safe. And Christy realizes that her husband is being attacked and fatally stabbed, so she grabs the children and she runs to shelter them. It's not been said if it was in a home where she locked them or if it was in a car. She hid the children in this state park, and then she went back like a good woman. Can we talk about how good of a woman Christy was? She went back for her man. Listen, that actually surprises me. I didn't think there was too many women in modern society that would fight for their man, like in that concept, in a classy way, not in the street because he cheated. You know, like, it's crazy that she went back to help him, and she did, but in the process, she was also fatally stabbed. So, manhunt begins for whoever killed this sweet couple, and listen to this. Some of the comments are crazy. I wanted to read y'all some of these comments because, so as it turns out, he was in fact a pervert. He actually had been moved from district to district for years because of his inappropriate behavior with the female students of his class. Someone said, damn, what a woman the mother was. Took her daughters away and come back to help her man. Amen. Somebody says, he looks like an extra from The Hills Have Eyes. Someone said, he was inappropriate with little girls in the past. Maybe he had hoped to take the two daughters. Andrew James McGone, a former elementary school teacher, appeared in court accused of fatally stabbing parents Kristen and Clinton Brink. I was all wrong, Clinton. That's why I was thinking Clinton. As they hiked with their daughters in Devil's Den State Park, Arkansas. The attack, police say, was random and unprovoked. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Sorry, not sorry. In my opinion, no, it wasn't. It's not random. He wanted those children. He's a pervert. Someone said he looked scary. Literally has evil in his eyes. That poor family, I'm so sorry they ever had to come in contact with this disgusting monster. Someone said, at this point, I'm sick of everybody. Me too, girl. Me too. So, this guy right here, August the boy, how can anyone look at this man and say, yeah, I'd trust him around my kids? Great point, August. Hold on. Let me just take you down memory's lane if you don't know who we're talking about. Who would look at him and think that he needs to be around children? Tell me that they are desperate to hire educators without telling me they are desperate. I mean, you couldn't have picked nobody that didn't look literally deranged. Anyways, so it appears that after he committed this stabbing and he could not find these children because the mother had secured them, he then decides that he's going to go get a haircut. He's going to switch it up. So he was actually detained and arrested in a hair salon. You can see they're putting cuffs on him. I've seen the surveillance footage. He's a weirdo. He's right there with Brian Kobarger. He literally has no emotion. He does not ask why they're in his face. It's like he already knows. He knows that he's being arrested for murder, and it's not even got to be said. Someone said, he looks really, really angry. So it was 5 different schools in 3 states in 3 years. Five different schools, 3 states in 3 years. Every single district, he would get reprimanded because for his behavior with his female students because the parents felt uncomfortable with him around their children. But let's not report him or anything because this school isn't packed with mandated reporters or anything. Someone said, Deuce 83 said, what kind of background checks are being conducted at these public schools? Right. He is terrifying. I live in Arkansas. Hey, Ash. He is absolutely terrifying. I mean, seriously, though. Like, I'm not a very smart woman, and if I was doing the hiring for that school district, the moment I saw him, I would have been like, absolutely not. Not only does he look like a walking red flag, but his body language It's psychologically speaking, it's so much deeper than that. He is extremely disturbed. His body language. Listen, this is what I do. I don't know how to tell you that I know what I know. He is extremely disturbed. Maybe more than Cobarger. Brian Cobarger. Cobarger? You know what I'm talking about. Seriously. Seriously. Someone said, how did he get hired to be a teacher looking like that? So someone said, he's a serial killer with serial killer eyes. No way this was his first time. And now, this has kicked off more, I don't want to call them allegations, but suspicion, because now people are looking into Andrew McGann's past, where he was located in these different school districts, and they're wondering if there's any cold cases that could be tied back to him, because in my opinion, for him to do what he did, to immediately try to take out the father, then to take out the mother, he could have done this before, seriously. So I'm sure they're looking into that, but people online are saying that he's done this before too, and they're alleging that he could be a serial killer, a repeat offender. Someone from Arkansas, and Ash, you can tell me how you feel about this. Hey Nikki, this is why my child will always be homeschooled. I know that's right, Jessica. That is a luxury, and I'm glad you can do that, because homeschooling kids definitely, in my opinion, are going to be better off, as long as they're socialized, and I'm sure you know that. Someone said, being from Arkansas, I'm going to say that this is what we have the death penalty for. This is why we voted for it to be used. I don't know how you feel about the death penalty, Ashley, but maybe you can let me know how you feel. If this doesn't qualify for the death penalty, then what does? You know? Did he actually need to kill the kids too for him to qualify for the death penalty? I mean, this was intentional. This was a planned attack, in my opinion. So, in my opinion, there was premeditation there. He went out with the intention of killing these people to abduct their children, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I think that it needs to be used more. Someone said, definitely a serial killer with unsolved murders. The way he constantly moved out and got new jobs with no explanation as to why. Someone said, he looks insane. Someone else said, I'm so weirded out by this case. I know. How terrifying for you. Imagine you want to take your kids to the beach, and it's a secluded place, and you're just out there with your children having a picnic in the sand, and then some psycho comes crawling up out of the woods looking like the hills have eyes and attacks the backbone of the family, the father. That's the protector. That's the one that's going to defend. Without that protector, that defender, the children and the mother are left in an extremely vulnerable position. So I just think that there's more to this than people can see. In my opinion, this was premeditated for those children, as I said yesterday. And I had no details. We had no details on his educational background as far as like how he worked in the school district and all of that. I made every single prediction I made yesterday came true today. It's crazy. How am I that good and I don't have a damn job? How can I look at someone's body language and tell you that who they are and nail it? That's what I did yesterday with this suspect. Crazy. All of his mug shots, he looks absolutely deranged. A little history. My shoes are getting wet from the rain, y'all. This shit's going everywhere. The man who was arrested in Arkansas for the murders at the Devil's Den State Park was a teacher from Broken Arrow Public Schools during the 23-24 school year. He was a 5th grade teacher at the Spring Creek Elementary School from 23 to 24 school year and left on his own accord to work out of state at a different school district. Then he posted, it looks like maybe from Truth Social or something, I don't know, maybe X. Hello, my name is Andrew McGann, and I'm very excited to join the Dolphin family as a 4th grade math and writing teacher. And this explains why they can't read and do math. You got perverts hired to teach and do math. No wonder they can't read and write. He was hired to be a math and writing teacher, and half of these damn kids can't read and do math. I graduated from Oklahoma State University in May with a BS in elementary education. I've been a substitute for the past 2 years in Tulsa County, Oklahoma, and I'm a student teacher for the spring 2022 semester at the Broken Arrow Public Schools in a 4th grade math and science classroom. So, and this is a post from one of the schools when they hired him. They posted on their own social media page that they had hired him. This is a different school. Andrew McGann was Jack's 4th grade teacher when he was a student at Donald Elementary. Oh no, this is from a parent that had him as a teacher. Sorry. Him and several classmates noticed inappropriate behavior from him towards several little girls in the class. It was reported to the principal, Heather Shorter, at the time, and he was allowed to resign without any consequences, and even went on to continue teaching in another district. Finding out he went on to kill a couple in front of their 2 little girls is horrifying, and the fact that there was warning signs and that he was continually allowed around other children is a travesty. You need to hire me to profile. I could have had a 2-minute conversation and told you he was insane. Probably a 2-second. All I need to know. What's your favorite thing to do? Read. So it looks like they have DNA evidence and a matching vehicle description. This is part of the evidence that they have against him, proving that he done this double murder. So also, let's see, Andrew James McGann, a former elementary school teacher, appeared in court accused of fatally stabbing parents Kristen and Clinton Brink as they hiked with their daughters in the state park in Arkansas. The attack, police say, was random and unprovoked. This was not random. Stop. Authorities say surveillance shows him being arrested mid-haircut, and he's linked to the scene through DNA evidence and matching vehicle description. Disturbingly, McGann had been employed by 5 school districts since 2022 with at least one parent alleging inappropriate behavior in his past. He now faces 2 counts of capital murder. Well, how are you going to charge him with capital murder if it was random? I am so done with them. Is the media dumb or are the cops getting dumb? I don't know who's dumb. Is it the cops reporting to the media so they just reprint, or is it the media messing the game of telephone up? Someone said, if you ask me to draw a character of a murderer, this is what I would draw, talking about him. Yeah, he was a pervert, like I said. Five different school districts in 2 or 2.5 years. Yep, those schools absolutely know more than they've let on or reported. This is an issue with the schools. They will allow a teacher to leave on their own and sweep everything criminal under the rug. And someone said, same with police departments with their insufficient internal investigations and firings. Why is it still raining? It wasn't even supposed to rain, y'all. I gotta put on pants or something. I'm getting cold. It wasn't even supposed to rain. It lied. And so they said that he had no prior criminal record, right? But then they showed like 4 different mug shots. And somebody said, if he hasn't been arrested prior, why are there so many damn different mug shots of him? Great point. You can be arrested for stuff and not convicted, and it still be on your, and it's not on your record. You wouldn't even be able to find out about it. So creepy. Alright. Is it going to stop raining, or is it going to keep raining, or what is going on? It's cold. I'm looking at the weather. I know, it's so sad. I think they were desperate. I think they were desperate for educators, and they just tried to overlook his inappropriate behavior. You know, when it comes to stuff like that, I don't think that people quite understand how severe that type of behavior is. These type of people cannot be reformed. There's nothing that we can say or medically do for them, or medications that we can give them to not want to make them not commit sex crimes. They are hardwired to be attracted to children, and there is no changing that. Nothing we can do through therapy, psychology, medication, reform, we can't fix them. That's a proven fact. And I don't think that people, the general public, quite understands these types of, these men, psychologically speaking. But that's why I'm here. So that's what I'm going to spend my whole career teaching people. And with society, you know, getting disproportionately dumber, these types of sex crimes are going to get overlooked a lot more. We're going to see more of these situations in the news in the future, because people are getting dumber and they don't understand what is a red flag. Those teachers, educators, that Heather Schumer or whoever she was that was his principal, she should have reported, and she didn't. That's probably because she's unaware of the severity of his actions. She thinks that it's, oh, he's just showing more favoritism to the little girls. No, it goes so much deeper than that. But a lack of intelligence is what leads to these crimes getting worse. Statistically speaking, a lack of education, we see these types of crimes go up. You know, just like poverty is a gateway to crime, a lack of education is a gateway to crime. All of these things flow right back together. So, you know, back in the day, if you were molested by your uncle or cousin, you go, and a lot of women would go and tell their family, and then their family would say, oh, it didn't happen, or oh, he's not a pervert, or oh, he didn't mean it, or oh, he was drunk, or oh, you know what I mean? It's not acceptable. It's not okay. Now it's happening in the school district. And it has been for years. I'm not surprised. I think what I'm surprised about the most is that I profiled him, and I literally, if it was a 10 out of 10 score, it was a 10 out of 10 score yesterday. I created a profile on him. We talked about who he was and who I thought he was. And everything that I predicted came true this morning. Crazy. I need to start doing that more. I knew he was a pervert. I knew the motive was the little girls. The crime tells you that. The fact that he attacked the father first, he was trying to eliminate the strongest point, strongest person. His teaching career, big red flag. And then his in-between jobs. That was all I had yesterday. All I had was the information that these people had been killed, and that he used to be a teacher, and that he was in between jobs. How did I know he was a pervert? How did I know that he was after those children? How did I know all of that based on the lack of information that I had? I love it. As soon as I read that he was inappropriate with other children, I was like, I knew it. I knew it. It made sense, you know? It made sense why he's out here killing people in state parks. So I want to talk about this one last cold case file case. It's actually really sad. It's still unsolved. Ironically, her name is also Rhonda. This was Rhonda, cold case file. Rhonda actually, she was murdered back in 1981, Christmas of 19, and she was actually buried. This is sad. It was days before Christmas. She was buried Christmas Day of 1981. That's that same piece of shit that was driving by earlier. The silver piece of shit, and it's got these pink. You know how all these young kids do that tacky shit where they put their hashtag cash out. You know that tacky shit? It's got like that tacky writing on the back and shit, you know? So let's see. It's been almost 42 years since Rhonda Henson was murdered. She was killed in Burke County just 2 days before Christmas of 1981. She was only 19, and she actually left home to go attend a Christmas party at her workplace, and she never made it back home. Her parents actually went into hysteria at like 3 a.m. when she never returned home from this Christmas party. Stokes County Schools is so corrupt. Superintendent bullied her and his buddy staff. I believe every word of it. I believe every word of it. I know how they run the sheriff's department over there. I believe every word of it. I am so sorry. Resigned for cyberbullying. She was bullying with her students. I believe every word of it. These adults out here nowadays, they act like children. They act like children. So it's no surprise that people in the school district would get mingled up with a bunch of teenagers trying to relive their high school days. Do y'all remember just 3 months ago, I reported on a story with the principal of the school and the superintendent who invited over 100 students to a house party where they provided alcohol to these high schoolers. These children who were high schoolers were busted at the principal's house partying. She's in jail, and rightfully so. She's in jail. Absolutely insane. So Rhonda was 19. She had a new job. She was so excited about life. It's 1981. It's a few days before Christmas. She gets all dolled up, puts on her best dress, and she goes out to this Christmas party. Now, Rhonda is 19, but Rhonda was very responsible, and she always come home at a decent hour. I do believe it was somewhere between 1 and 3 a.m. Her parents realized that she was still not home, and that's when they called investigators to get somebody to go look for Rhonda. So her work Christmas party was actually December 22nd, 1981. She had just graduated from high school, and this was her first job. Rhonda worked as a clerical worker for a local steel company, but that wasn't the only thing she did. Her mother went on to say, Judy Henson, she played basketball, she ran track, she was an outstanding tennis player, and she was very likable. Her mother said that she made the decision that she did not want to go to school. She wanted to just go into the workforce, so that's what she did. And it was also 1981. So I think back then there probably wasn't as much pressure for children to go to college as there is now. Rhonda left the company's Christmas party at midnight with 2 of her friends. After dropping them off, she drove the 10 miles to her home. Around 1 in the morning, Rhonda's mother woke up with the strangest feelings. She said she thought her daughter had been in a car accident or something. And at about 2:30 a.m., 2 police officers arrived at the Henson home. Rhonda was found a half a mile from her home inside of her car. This is the weirdest case because of the trajectory of the bullet. It was a 1 in a million shot, literally. Think about how big a car is. I mean, it's not huge, but in comparison to a bullet it is. That bullet came through the back fender of her car, through 2 seats, right through her heart, out the front of the car. When I say a 1,000,001 shot, I mean literally. There was 1 bullet fired. That was it. And it came through the back of the car, through her back bumper, through 2 seats, right through her heart, out the front of the car. Literally, 1 in a million shot. She had been shot, according to tests, with a high-powered rifle. She was killed with only 1 single bullet that passed through the trunk of her car, the back of her car seat, into her heart. Rhonda's mother and father, Judy and Bobby Henson, recalled Rhonda acting strangely in the days leading up to her death. And in my opinion, so this is still unsolved. In my opinion, whoever this person is that we're about to talk to, they, I don't know. Surely they did a proper investigation, right? Surely they went and talked to this married man. Hold on. So her family said that she was making all of these random trips, going in and out of town, and she was acting very secretive, and she got really strange. On one of those trips, Rhonda said something very offbeat to her father. Her father said, "What is it, Rhonda? No matter whether it's good or bad, just tell me." And she said, "I'll think about it." And she never did tell him what was on her mind. She was afraid to tell me, he said. Then her mother said that Rhonda had asked in the prior days if it was wrong to be dating a married man. Rhonda even asked her mother whether it was okay or not to be dating a married man. I said, "Rhonda, there's never a time that's all right to go out with a married man. The only thing that comes from that is that people get hurt." That is what Judy Henson told her daughter. "I could just tell a difference in Rhonda," Judy said. "She didn't seem her happy self." There was some evidence the police found that suggested that Rhonda actually had a potential stalker. No more information surfaced backing this idea. The reward for any information on Rhonda's case is $5,000. It has grown to over $20,000 with contributions made from private donors over the years. This is still a cold case. They still don't know what happened to Rhonda. What are the chances? That's a 1 in a million shot. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, allegedly, well, not allegedly, that come from her parents. I believe her parents over Nancy Cox and anybody else. Her parents are saying that she was asking about, if it was wrong or right to see a married man, and then she was sneaking away a lot. I do wonder if she was seeing a married man. I mean, people tell you what's on their mind if you listen. Why else would she be asking if it's morally or ethically correct to date a married man unless she was doing it? Do you see what I mean? More than likely, she had some kind of affair with a married man. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asking if it's ethical to be dating a married man. This is what I mean when I say that people tell you what's on their mind and they tell you what they're up to if you just listen. She had no reason to ask that question unless she was, in fact, seeing a married man. I wonder if she went to go meet him that night. They got in an argument. He fired a gun. Freak accident. I mean, it was definitely, a fit of rage, passion. But that's a 1 in a million shot. To go through the back of that bumper, through 2 car seats into her heart. It's almost like, someone clearly was standing at the back of the car to fire that shot. So I'm wondering if maybe she was driving away. Oh, there was other weird evidence too. The car was in neutral. The car door was open. Hold on, let me see if I have all that evidence. It's a really weird case, y'all. So she worked at the Elk Lodge in Hickory. She didn't invite her boyfriend to the Christmas party. That's weird. Why wouldn't she invite her boyfriend? Maybe because she knew she was going to go see that married man, potentially. I don't know. I'm just saying. Think about Christmas parties. Every time I ever dated some guy that had a Christmas party, he'd be like, yeah, you want to come to the Christmas party? Well, I can think of one. So, you know what I mean? Two. So, usually you take your significant to these types of events. It's weird that she didn't invite her boyfriend. And it actually adds to the theory that she was meeting somebody after the Christmas party. After she dropped her two friends off. Hold on one second. Okay, according to the timeline of events published by the News Herald in 2001, a couple sitting in a car near Mineral Springs Road heard a single gunshot around 12:55 a.m. just 20 minutes after Rhonda left Sherry Pittman's house. So that's probably when she was shot. At 2:13, Bobby called her and discovered that his daughter had left to go home over an hour ago. So one father calls the other father's house like, hey, where's my daughter? He's like, I don't know. My daughter got dropped off by your daughter an hour ago. They're trying to find her and they can't find her. Listen to this. According to investigators, a bullet went through the trunk of the car, hit a support bar, then went through 2 rows of seats, through Rhonda's back and into her heart, killing her instantly. 1 in a million shot. Think about how big a car is. Think about everything that's inside of a car. And then think about the trajectory of that bullet. Crazy. Crazy. What are the chances? 1 in a million? So the mother, Judy Henson, says that she believes her daughter's death could have been solved the night she was killed. She says, quote, I don't think anyone has ever really worked the case like they should have. I think if Larry Griffin had been a police officer, the case would have been solved a long time ago. So Gary Griffin is, I do believe, a retired police investigator that took up this case, that was trying to solve this case, that I think potentially even wrote a book. Griffin, who is originally from Burke County, has been writing about Rhonda's murder since 2019. He has developed a thorough storyline and a theory about what he believes happened based on documents given to him by a former investigator who has since passed away. So he was an investigator. He knew an investigator. Some current and former law enforcement officers have told WBTV they disagree with him. Griffin shared one of those documents with the WBTV in 95, a report written in 95 from a former Burke County Sheriff's Office investigator, Gene Franklin. In the report, Franklin said, quote, due to the negligent mishandling of physical evidence in this case, further investigation would be futile, non-productive, and a waste of good investigative time. If I remember correctly, they did not take crime scene pictures. They did not dust the car for prints. They did not try to preserve any evidence. But I could be getting my cases mixed up. According to the report, only physical evidence available to investigators is Rhonda's clothes and the bullet that was found in her body. Much of the evidence has been lost. The trunk lid was initially moved to the State Bureau of Investigation, but it was later given to the Burke County Sheriff's Office. It was then moved to the Ramsey Motors, where it was packed up by a private investigator hired by the Henson family, who has since died. The seat covers from the car were also left at the Ramsey's Motor and then thrown away. Fingerprints from the doors and windows of the car were lost. Franklin said in the report that without the trunk lid, investigators were unable to determine the angle of the entry of the bullet. Absolutely. So they lost the trunk where the bullet came in. So they can't even figure out at what trajectory it came from. They would need that to actually build a whole picture of the crime scene and where somebody was standing, maybe how tall they were. They could probably piece together lots of information. But they don't have a trunk lid. It was lost. No fingerprints, no seat covers. The only thing they had was the bullet and Rhonda's clothes. Everything else has been accidentally destroyed or misplaced or lost or destroyed. So they said that investigators were unable to determine the angle of the entry of the bullet, which could have determined where the shooter was at the time. He said that also the report... he said also knowing the angle would have proved whether the shooting was an ambush and or premeditated. I didn't know that. I guess it makes sense because like a rush shooting and a focus shooting, you know, those bullet entries are going to be different. They could be different. The report also said Rhonda's car was in neutral when it was found after the shooting. Weird. The engine was still running, the driver's door was open, and the lights were on. A substantial amount of blood was in the rear left floorboard. Rear left floorboard. That's the back. Wouldn't the blood splatter have been in the front? Because the bullet went from back to front. So wouldn't you see the blood splatter in the front? It's weird. I don't know. I'm not a crime scene technician, okay? I just really used to love CSI way too much, okay? Seat covers were the seat covers were thrown away. No fingerprints. Rhonda's body was outside the car, leading Franklin to believe the shooter pulled her out of the driver's seat. No pictures were ever taken of the crime scene. No pictures were taken at the crime scene with the car door open before the investigators closed it. No pictures were taken during the daylight hours. Some images of Rhonda outside her car show items that were not part of the original crime scene. They fudged it up. A suspect has never been publicly identified, and a motive for the murder of Rhonda has never been determined. The bullet came from a rifle, but no shell casings were ever found. Probably because it's still in the rifle. It could have been a gun that holds on to it. Or he could have picked it up. To this day, no one has ever been arrested for Rhonda's murder. 19. Let me tell you something. You ain't even started to live life yet at 19. You ain't even started. 43 years. 43 years her murder has went unsolved. Oh, Lord, y'all. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering about that married man. Who could have that been? It had to have been somebody from her job. That's the only place she would have been around people that age, because she was 19, so she would have been rolling around with people from high school, maybe people, college-age people. She wouldn't have been rolling around with no married men. 19-year-olds don't roll around with married men unless they're being paid to. So, in my opinion, they should have looked into her job more. It feels like the fact that she didn't invite her boyfriend feels like maybe she had plans to go meet up with this married guy, and this is all alleged. The fact that she was asking if it was ethical to date a married man tells me that she was probably messing with a married man. Once again, why would she ask that? It's not logical to ask that unless you're living that. So, the fact that she didn't invite her boyfriend, maybe she went to go meet him after. Maybe he was standing at the back of the car. They got in an argument. She went to pull off. He fired a gun. She said, "I'm going to tell your wife." That would be motive. yeah, I'm gonna go tell your wife you're messing with me, my little 19-year-old ass. And he got mad and fired a gun. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. Lord, y'all. Hey, Lisa. Sandros. Hello. God, y'all. People be coming back here and flooding the chat trying to damn. And these are fake accounts, you know? It's just annoying every day. I have to go through. Sometimes they act nice, and then other times I'm like, ugh. It's exhausting. It really is. I wanted to talk about this because this is crazy. There was a woman that killed her husband. So this is out of Maggie Valley, and this happened like a year and a half ago. Everybody's name is Rhonda today. This woman's name is Rhonda Evans. I should have got my shit together more, and it should have been like the Rhonda episode. Seriously, everybody we've talked about today has been named Rhonda. Wayne and Rhonda Evans, who lived in a home in East Spencer near Salisbury, North Carolina. Well, he's no longer alive. Rhonda decided that she was going to kill him. And I want to talk about this because I think a lot of us grew up in homes where our parents fought. They screamed, especially if there was substance abuse in the home. We've witnessed some crazy shit, okay? And so what happens is when you grow up in a home where you're getting traumatized and re-victimized psychologically, you start to think that that behavior is normal, and then you learn that behavior. And when you start dating, you start implementing that behavior. You might cuss, you might break things, you might hit your spouse. This is very common, I've noticed, in the poorer communities. You know, like Jerry Springer. Seriously. I think that rich people are able to control their emotions more and hide their dirt, and they can hide their skeletons in the closet better, okay? I'm not saying that rich people don't have these problems. I'm just saying that in order to continue to have that cushiony life, they have to behave a certain way, and they get better about hiding their dirt than poor people. You know what I mean? But I wanted to talk about this because it is your responsibility to remove yourself from people that you know are not sane. They never listen to any good music. You hear that bullshit? Anyways, it is your responsibility there you go. It is your responsibility to remove yourself from people that you know cannot control their emotions and or get you out of pocket. New details have emerged in a murder case involving a woman who allegedly stabbed her husband to death in Maggie Valley in a hotel on New Year's Eve. The Salisbury couple was staying at the Tanglewood Motel in Maggie Valley on the weekend trip for their anniversary, December 31st. They had previously checked in on December 30th. Rhonda Michelle Rankin Evans, 47, has been charged with murder for killing her husband, Wayne Stevenson Evans II. She was 47, he was 57. She actually killed him in the hotel room that they were staying in on vacation. It's crazy because they were supposed to be celebrating their anniversary. Search warrants made public in the court file offer a glimpse into the incident that took place that night. Search warrants obtained by the Maggie Valley Police Department sought to gain access to the Rankin Evans social media accounts and the contents of 4 different cell phones that were found in the hotel room. At 7:35 p.m. on New Year's Eve, the Haywood County 911 Dispatch Center received a call about a domestic disturbance at the Tanglewood Motel. The caller said that they could hear a couple fighting and that there was glass being broke. Glass being broke in room 17. The dispatchers received a second call about the fight escalating as well. Good morning. Hey, Brooke. Hope you're doing well. Kaylee. Good morning, y'all. Bonnie. Hey. Oh, damn. So they're on vacation, celebrating their anniversary. Dispatch gets a call. They're staying at a hotel. The caller tells dispatch, hey, they're over here breaking stuff, screaming at each other. It sounds like they're tearing the damn house down. Can you send an officer down here to get them to calm down? Well, before the officer even gets there, someone else calls and says, hey, it's amping up. I think they're killing each other over there. Maggie Valley police officers Mark Peterson and Shanna Bellows were the first to arrive on the scene. When they knocked on the door, Rankin Evans answered, and this was the female, Rhonda. Rhonda answered the door, and she says, quote, I have killed him, while placing her arms behind her back. Rhonda, whatever happened to, you have the right to remain silent? Like, just because it looks like you killed him, you don't have to admit to it. And matter of fact, you're better off if you just keep your damn mouth shut. God. I killed him. It's like Karen Reed when she thought she hit John O'Keefe. And she's like, I hit him. Did I hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him, didn't I? Girl. But that was different. She found her boyfriend, the love of her life, dead in the snow. So it was a little different. I don't think that Karen ran her boyfriend over. I think that she was wrongfully arrested and they attempted to prosecute her for shit she didn't do. But keep your mouth shut. I don't care if you're standing there with a kitchen knife over a dead body. Shut up. You didn't do it. I didn't do it. Like, Jesus. So it looks like the cops, Bellows, the female officer, Miss Bellows, she entered the room and found the husband, Wayne, laying unresponsive between the two hotel beds. So there was 2 beds in the hotel, and he was dead as a doornail, laying right there. So it looks like the officers moved in to perform CPR when they discovered that he had a deep stab wound to his chest, which would later be ruled as his cause of death. 2 knives were also recovered from the scene with red stains consistent with blood. EMS arrived, and he was pronounced dead. Another search warrant asked to enter the vehicle that was towed from the scene for a handicap place card hanging from the rearview mirror. It is believed that Evans had a disability, which may have affected his ability to defend himself. A leg brace attached to a man's shoe was recovered from the room. Another search warrant requested 2 swabs to be taken from inside of her cheek, Rhonda's cheek, for the purpose of a DNA match. So at her arraignment, her first court appearance was March 13th. She was charged with an additional indictment, a notice of murder, which had been issued by a grand jury. The degree of murder charge, first versus second degree murder, is still unspecified. Didn't y'all say, I could have swore they said she had drugs and alcohol in her system, and that, listen, once again, laws are just not up to par with crime, okay? That's a mitigating circumstance to me, and I'm not saying, I understand that consumption is like a choice. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. I just think that there needs to be a separation of drug addiction and criminal charges. But I mean, she done murdered somebody now, so you know the DOC can have her. But and it wouldn't really apply to this case. I guess I'm thinking more about somebody maybe who was caught with drug possession, who has a long-term history of heroin addiction, opioid addiction. In my opinion, they should be offered rehab before they're thrown in jail. That's part of the reason that these people keep reoffending, is because they never get help, or they don't want help, or they want to reoffend. But anyways, that wouldn't really apply to this case. But still, this would be like a crime of passion, in my opinion. This was not premeditated murder. She did not take him there to murder him. I do believe that there was alcohol involved in this case, but I could be wrong. If I'm not mistaken, she was intoxicated when she murdered him. I'm not making excuses for her actions. I'm just saying that it doesn't qualify, in my opinion, as first-degree murder. This was not intentional. She did not take him there with the intention of murdering him. This was like a crime of passion, or she couldn't control her emotions. She's intoxicated. They're arguing. Because of the degree of murder charge hasn't yet been determined by investigators, Rhonda was appointed a public capital defense attorney. It should later be deemed a first-degree murder charge. Getting a capital defense attorney doesn't mean it will become a death penalty case, even if it's ruled out first degree. But it's precautionary by the court to avoid having to appoint a different attorney at a later time. Hold on one second. Let's see if there's an update. So she got second-degree murder. Rhonda Rankin Evans, 49, she pled guilty to second-degree murder in the death of her husband, and she got a minimum of 22 years. That's the same charge that the man that killed little Rhonda at 14 years old, that's the same amount of time he got for murdering and raping a child. And he's due for parole in 2029. I'm telling y'all, sometimes I want to turn into Miss Meadows. You know how easy it would be to bait them fuckers too? Set up a little online profile. So she got 22 years. And what was the motive? Motive. Oh, Suki! She did take him there to murder him. Stop playing. Y'all, stop playing. Listen to this shit. Weapon. So the weapon that she used to kill him, the weapon in the Maggie Motel murder was bought hours before he was stabbed to death at a local gift shop. It still doesn't prove that she took him there to murder him, but... Girl, what you doing on your anniversary trip buying knives at the gift shop? So when was this? This was June of last year. A New Year's Eve killing in Maggie Valley that began as a wedding anniversary trip played out its closing chapter in court on Monday as the woman responsible for her husband's death pled guilty. Rhonda entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder in the death of her husband of 3 years. They were only married for 3 years? Rhonda, you an evil witch. And he had a disability? Oh, God, you gonna burn in hell, girl. You gonna burn in hell. talk about what they did that night before she murdered him. The plea and sentencing process aired out the details of the night of the murder that included a visit to Harrah's Casino, arguments, and a knife purchase at the gift shop before the couple retired to their motel where the deadly stabbing took place. She's lucky she didn't get first degree. The 2 days leading up to the killing over a year ago were outlined in court, beginning with the couple's check-in at the hotel one day before their third wedding anniversary. The Tanglewood motel staff stated that the couple had given them a strange vibe during the check-in, with Rhonda being aggressive throughout the process. The following day, the couple visited the Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort. I've been over there so much. Cherokee. Love that place. And the two could be seen arguing on surveillance cameras at the casino. After leaving the casino, the couple stopped at Tube World in Maggie Valley, but neither one of them even got out of the car. So they're just sitting there arguing. The next stop was the Maggie gift shop, and Rhonda went into the store by herself and bought 2 knives. The couple then returned to their motel room where they went to go argue some more. And this is why I'm single, because I ain't got time for that at all. I said what I said. Nope, I ain't doing it. And that's when the neighboring people in the hotel heard them fighting and breaking stuff, and that's when they called the cops. That's when Rhonda was stabbing him. I mean, at least she was an honest criminal. As soon as the damn cops got to the door, Rhonda said, this is what she did, y'all. Quote, "It's me. I killed him. I killed my husband." I mean, that makes for a damn easy investigation, let me tell you. Like, damn easy, you damn dummy. She sounds like she needs to be behind bars. It sounds, the more I'm reading now that she was sentenced, it sounds like she premeditated this shit. I think Rhonda got a damn good deal, and I think Rhonda should maybe be eligible for the death penalty. What an evil witch. Your husband of 3 years? You're on your anniversary trip, and you think now's a good time to kill him? You can't wait till you get him back home? Push him down the steps? Drown him in the swimming pool? Like, girl, what a dummy. And you should never kill your spouse. I'm being funny here, but he was stabbed several times. The fatal blow went through Evan's lung and aorta, striking the pulmonary artery. It cut his heart open, honey. It sliced the slice in his heart. Not good. We can't fix that. I don't think we can fix that. I actually read a lot of autopsies with those tears in the heart like that, which is weird. Well, I've read about tears and then stab wounds. That's different. But you can actually get tears in your organs from getting beat, which is scary. Scary. Alcohol was found. How did I know? Alcohol was found in the Evans systems during the autopsies, while THC was detected in Rhonda's following her arrest. She was on weed and she did this. This is what I mean when I said take the damn Xanax, because sometimes weed ain't strong enough. Rhonda. I wonder what the hell they went through for 3 years. He apparently had some kind of physical disability, like, I don't know if he was just like limping around or if she had to push him or I don't know, but they found some kind of leg boot in the room. And he also had a handicap sticker in the car. But I know a lot of people that got handicap stickers and they ain't handicapped at all, so. Blood was found throughout the motel. Lab results excluded Rhonda. It was all her husband's blood. A purse in the room contained both the knives purchased earlier in the day, but one of them was covered in blood. Rhonda. This is another weird one. Here we go. Following the arrest, Rhonda was taken to the Haywood County Detention Center to be interviewed. Officer Smith described the interview as very manic, very up and down, with Rhonda describing what they had done during the day in detail and crying hysterically. Now I feel bad for her. She sounds like she's got PTSD, y'all. She does. She sounds like she's got PTSD. I wonder what the fuck he did to her. Rhonda's defense attorney, Tody Dalton, detailed the murderer's rough adolescence that led to numerous mental health issues, including PTSD, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, and cannabis use. Her mental health had also led to multiple involuntary commitments throughout Rhonda's life. And he was a little over 10 years older than her too, which is not a bad thing. But in today's society, for me, when I'm profiling these type of people, it's a red flag. I'm seeing a lot of younger women marrying older men out of desperation for stability, and then they get into a situation that's abusive. That's very common. I'm just wondering, yes, the adolescent included a history of abuse and mental health problems leading to adulthood, where Rhonda found herself in numerous abusive relationships. She had also been prescribed antipsychotic medication, but was not taking them at the time of the murder. She recalls 4 stab wounds, and there were multiple stab wounds. This tells me that she was likely in a dissociative state. And this is why you don't mess with people that have PTSD. It sounds like she went into an episode. I don't know what he did, but this is why it can be dangerous to date people that have CPTSD and PTSD. And this is why I stay away from people. This is exactly what I be telling y'all about. It sounds like she went through a PTSD episode to me. I don't know what happened in that hotel room. The fact that she had no alcohol in her system tells me that she was not drunk. He was the one with alcohol in his system. Very interesting. I wonder who the aggressor could have been while she was sitting there smoking weed. I wonder, there's more to this story for sure. There's a reason that she got second-degree murder, even though she purchased that knife the night of the murder. Sometimes, not all prosecutors are bad. Some of them understand mitigating circumstances, and they work with perpetrators, the perpetrators of a crime. They understand those mitigating circumstances. And in my opinion, we need more prosecutors like that have common sense, that understand basic psychology, that understand that mental health and drug addiction play a huge part in crime. Every case is different. It sounds like Rhonda had a lot of mental problems. It says here that she had a very tumultuous childhood and adolescence, and also bounced around from bad relationship to bad relationship. It's very similar to my story. It's sad. It's very sad. And most of these victims, because she killed somebody, let's be clear, she murdered her husband, so she's a perpetrator and a victim. Most of these victims, though, like Rhonda, they are not aware of why or how their mental health plays a part in their behavior. Does that make any sense? They're not aware. The mania that she seemed to be going through, I'm sure she didn't understand why she was going through mania. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm sure that she did not know how to function with those mental health problems. I mean, clearly she killed her husband, so something happened. So the defense attorney alleged that Mr. Evans had blocked the door to the motel, which resulted in Rhonda stabbing him once. She didn't. She stabbed him over and over and over. But she thought she only stabbed him 4 times. So they're trying to say she feared for her life. I think that 2 things can be true at once. I think that she absolutely probably was in a horrible situation. But, do y'all hear that fucking music? How loud do you need it? They never play music down here. Never. Maybe next door at the coffee shop. But then I usually come around the corner. Do you see what I go to? They're only doing that because I'm here. I've never in 25 years have I ever heard music coming from any of those shops down there. Not once in 25 years. And it must have been a car. I thought it was one of the shops. Those shops don't play music. Not unless they recognize me from YouTube and then try to fuck with my income. You know how sad that is? I've had people do that. Listen, it's all recorded. I've had business owners that own businesses turn on music because they recognize me and they're mad about the fact that I have a YouTube channel. So they try to get my video taken down by playing music. And I'm in there spending money. Never go back after that. That shows me that I'm dealing with a child. And I don't want to be spending my money around children. You know? It must have been a car. Because it's gone now. I started to say, who the hell is playing music down there? Because none of these businesses play music except for the coffee shop. And then, like I said, I usually go around the corner and it's not a problem. I mean, if you're going to play music, at least play something that's worth a damn. Every time we're out here, I never hear anybody listening to good music. They listen to shit. Everybody listens to shit. So it looks like they did try to charge her with aggravating factors. Because he was disabled, blah, 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 blah. Yes, and let me tell you something. The more disabled he was, the more psychologically abusive he was. I find it funny that people think people with disabilities can't be abusive. More often than not, they have a knack for becoming more abusive in certain ways. Whether it's psychologically, financially. I don't know. I mean, there's 12 kinds of abuse approximately. So we don't know what she went through. Just because he was disabled. He was also drunk and just disabled. He was drunk and disabled. So I don't think he was very disabled if he was getting drunk, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe if her husband wasn't abusive, he wouldn't be dead. Yeah, it sounds like PTSD. Her remorse at the police station tells me a lot. The fact that she was crying, hysterical, in a manic episode. It sounds like she felt tremendous empathy, remorse. She was probably stuck, like literally. People don't understand unless they've been there. It's a prison. You're literally caged. I feel bad for her. I don't know what happened to her, but I feel horrible for her. So she got 261 months. I don't know. It sounds like there's more to it. And once again, the media doesn't do their damn job telling us the ins and outs of these cases. And that's literally their job. They are supposed to be in court. We should have more journalists in court than we have anywhere else. When's the last time you've seen a journalist in court? It's been 10 years for me. I'd say 2009. So over 10 years. Your job as a journalist is to get all information. Like, the only way you can get that is if you go to open court. I don't even see them in there anymore. I used to see them all the time when I was younger. You'd see them with the camera stands. I don't know. It's weird. It's frustrating when I want to know stuff. It sounds like, in my opinion, there was some element of abuse going on in that relationship. She snapped. She lost it. She just plump snapped. How you smoke a bowl of weed and then stab your husband? It don't even make sense. You know? But he was drunk. So, under that context, it does make sense. He's drunk. And they had words, got in an argument, and something went south. I mean, she clearly admitted to stabbing him. It was her. Oh, thank you. It is nice. It's warming up and it's stopping the rain now. Let's check the weather. 68. Almost 90% humidity. Oh, God. Ghislaine Maxwell moved to a Texas prison on the heels of meeting with the DOJ over Epstein. I'm so disappointed. Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's see here. The latest news. Let's see. Ghislaine. Why are they putting her in a minimum security prison? She's a sex trafficker. We don't put sex traffickers in minimum security prisons. I'm so sick of this shit. Somebody give me a damn job, please. They have her in a minimum security facility in Texas. Well, when her ass is missing or dead, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. By law, by policy and procedure, she's not even allowed to be in that facility in Texas. Because of her status, her inmate status, because of her crimes, policy and procedure and law, she's not even supposed to be in that camp. She's supposed to be in a maximum security prison. I don't even want to read about it. Sex traffickers work with sex traffickers. That's all I know. They protect each other. That's what I've learned. It's crazy. It pisses me off. It's a slap in the face to all the victims. Half of which are already dead, so I guess they don't have to sit around and watch their abuser being freed. I use the bathroom. They got music on over here, so I'll probably have to silence the camera. One minute there's music on, the next minute there's not. I never know what's going on. I had that coffee. I wouldn't know, Nate. Your mama was out last night. We're getting coffee. Coffee. Look, they got free herbs and spices. They're sweet. Coffee bean. Hey, I know. I'm gonna do a double shot.
Okay, no problem. How was that latte?
It was amazing. I do like the taste of coffee. And when I was drinking, I was like, he's right. It's better without the flavor.
Right. Is this the doppio?
Yes.
$2.84.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I love this place. Oh, yeah, we got this coffee. And are those bubble earrings? They are. You can put bubbles in those. Look at that. I bet that would be heavy on your ear. Got them. Thank you. Oh, somebody sits around making cute stuff. Oh my God, look how cute. Handmade with love. Oh, I like that picture. I got lots of crystals. And oh, these are wine bottle corks. Oh, I'm gonna read that. Mad Bean Sprouts New Digs. Madison Coffee Shop. What year was that? Anybody see a date? I don't see no date. Oh wow, the site is 133 years old. This building. It's 133 years old. Look. Hold on. Fresh coffee. The site that is 133 years old and still features wooden shelvings and maintain the front counter that brings you back to the early 1900s. Oh, thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Ain't that cool? So I was wrong. I said the 1900s, but or I said the 1800s. What did I say? I think I said 1899. That was my guess. Huh. 133 years, huh? It's a long darn time. Oh, it was a grocery store. It was a thriving business under the direction of Jake Moore. 1970. It was a grocery store then, I guess. God, look at the old streets. Old Main Street. See the stone? Is that even concrete? Oh, no, that was concrete. I see the white lines. Well, it wasn't, because they had horses. So, oh, look, that's when it was the old trading post. Ain't that cool? I know, Jam. It is. I don't know why it won't let me show that. Alright, let's go have some fun. Yeah, so I guess the front counter used to be right there. I think it's adorable. I love it here. They already got Christmas. You shitting me. They already putting Christmas shit out. What month is it? We were just talking about this last week. I said they're already about to start decorating. Well, I guess, they'll probably use that for October, those little trees, and then turn around and use it for Christmas. I'm trying to show your message, JM, and it won't let me. Ain't it cute? Little downtown area. Old town clock down there. Little shops. That's it. All right, so for those that didn't see what happened yesterday, I have a bicycle. So this is my bicycle. This is Betsy. She is the sister of Betty, my old black truck. Betsy is had a rough 2 weeks. I bought her from Walmart. She's a Ozark Trail M1 Vibe. Everything's went wrong. I've had a flat tire. My gear shifts don't work. My brake line broke last night. The seat is broken. And the chain I've had problems out of. So everything is literally falling apart on the bike. The brake line is right here. That is my back brakes. I have no back brakes. I'm in the mountains. That can get a little dangerous. So I've been having to use my shoes to stop this morning. The brake line comes in right here. I don't know if it's standard. I don't know how to do it. I've got a friend of a friend looking around to try to figure out how I can fix the brakes. It is. Ain't it cool, Wissy? I like it. It's quiet. They do a lot of little, for the 4th, they had all the flags out. You see all the flags. They'll come through Halloween. They'll probably put something. Well, it might be Thanksgiving, or they'll put something up for fall probably, and then for Christmas. I think it's cute. My hometown does that. I grew up in Graham, North Carolina. It looks just like this. Seriously, it's like very similar. And Graham's a little bit bigger now, but it wasn't when I was coming up. It was small like this. So they'll have the Christmas lights on the post and stuff. It's a small town, but it just feels like home. I've been here for a long time. So this is home now. I left Alamance County when I was 16. Never looked back. Oh, I did. I actually went back for about 3 years when I had my daughter, and then I left again. And I haven't been back since. Not after what they did to me. I get scared to even drive through there. I moved to Oak Ridge for about 3 years. Y'all seen that house? I posted. That was the $1 million house that I lived in. Charlotte for a year. Florida for a year. 2019. I think that's about it. Otherwise, I've been here. So I've moved away 2 or 3 times. And then I always end up back here. And now I'm getting to the age where I kind of like the peace and quiet of it all, It's like I'm looking to be outdoors. This is perfect. I'm in the mountains. We are outdoors. Thank you so much to the person that, hold on one second. I want to thank this person again and I can't remember. Andrew, thank you so much. And I hope that that's not true, by the way. I feel like you're trolling, but, if that's true, it says the account was open a few months ago. Those new accounts, I don't know. I'm sorry to hear that if that's true. Y'all, ain't it sad that I can't even get to know my followers like I want to? There's always just I can't be sure if people are being for real or if it's a troll. Some of y'all might not know what I'm talking about. I've had a lot of people come here and try to ruin my channel by saying things like that. They'll say, oh, I found out I had cancer today. God bless you, Brooke. And they're trying to use it as a conversation point for me to woo or give them pity. And then when I lack that, they say, oh, look, see, she's a horrible person. But they were trolling me. So it's not somebody that actually got cancer. They're just trying to make me look bad. Does that make any sense? I know that sounds crazy and childish and psychologically immature, but I can't understand why people behave that way. I can't tell you. I just know that a lot of people behave that way. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to throw this away. Hey, double shot today. Thank you, Guy. Cheers. Here's to you, Guy. Here's to you. Happy Saturday. I hope you filthy animals are feeling fabulous this morning. What'd y'all do last night? I went to bed. What you talking about, Willis? I passed out 9 o'clock. The rain came. The rain went. The rain came again and went. And I was going to get up this morning to train about 6:37, like I told y'all last night. But when I got up, it was still raining. So I didn't want to come out yet because I washed my shoes in my book bag last night. And I didn't want to get them wet. So about 9 o'clock when I went live. My phone's doing something weird. About 9 o'clock when I went live, it said it was going to stop raining. It just stopped raining. It's been raining on and off all morning. I hope it doesn't, I hope it doesn't do it anymore today because I'm trying to work out. I had to wipe that park bench off. I did. I had to go back in the coffee shop. You see how half of it's wet and half of it's not? I had to go in the coffee shop today and get napkins to come out here to wipe that down. You know? Brooke, good morning. We having coffee. You know, it's so weird. Somebody is playing music up there. Never heard music on there up there ever. Not once in 20-something years. So weird. Good morning, Brooke. Carl, cheers. We're doing shots. Shots. That boy fought in a war in a past life. He makes coffee. Woo, like somebody's great-grandfather that fought in Vietnam, honey. Jesus Christ, that shit's strong as hell. What a loser. Some guy going by looking at me, trying to get a reaction. I mean, they literally have nothing to do. It's crazy. If I had $1 for every damn person that comes out here trying to fuck with me on live, I'd be a millionaire. Look at that dumb shit. Alright, let's go. Let's see how bad it's gonna be. Y'all want the camera in the front or the back? It is chilly now. That caffeine will wake me. I need glasses. I ain't got no brakes. I need glasses. I can't see. It's starting to bright and butt damp. My shorts must have got wet earlier. Glasses. I need protein. We need to go to like the grocery store or something. My hair. Yeah, I think it's only supposed to be like 72 today, which is not very warm at all. When you're sunburned, you're used to the heat. It feels chilly. It's like Jacksonville in the summer. 72. You see all the locals with sweaters on, and I'm out there in a bikini, you know, because I'm used to North Carolina in the winter being like 12 degrees at times. So it's funny. Yeah, if you go to Jacksonville, Florida during the winter, you can tell the locals and the tourists apart. All the locals have on sweaters and like baggy pants, you know, trying to stay warm in the 70-degree temperature, and all the tourists have on bikinis on the beach in like February or like January, December. Yeah, I remember when I first moved there, like 2019. I'd see all the locals. I'm like, you cold? I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. I'd be standing in there like workout outfit, tank, you know, like a spaghetti strap bra and shorts in December. And they're all bundled up in a matching sweatsuit. Yeah, that Monica Godley case, it bothers me. It does. It really does. I wonder what happened. How do you go from being in that position as a nurse, having children, to being found dead in an abandoned house out here? It don't make sense. It's weird. She wasn't even the type of woman to be mixed up in nefarious stuff, and somehow she got mixed up in nefarious stuff. It's just crazy. I wonder where it went all wrong, and I wonder what her toxicology was. It's a public record, the autopsy. It's just not posted on the internet. I want to know if she had drugs in her system when they found her dead. It'd make the story make more sense. It would add to the suicide theory. I know another girl that took her own life. Trish. She hung herself. She had Xanax and cocaine in her system. So that makes sense. She hung herself in Oak Ridge in my old house. My ex was dating her 4 years before he met me. She killed herself. And then years later we met. Yeah. So that was crazy. She had kids too. And she met a fucking narcissist. And then that narcissist used her death to pull another pretty woman that he could abuse. That would be me. And it always made me question after, years after dating him. When I finally left, I always wondered if he killed her. But I do believe that he had a solid alibi. He was in Washington, D.C. when she died. Time of death. And then lividity too, like she literally hung. So it's hard to fake that. But his abuse absolutely contributed to her death, 100%. She felt trapped. That's why she killed herself. What are you talking about? She's living in his house, working for his company, got her kids down here from Virginia. She had no family, no friends. Yeah, that's exactly why she did it. And she had a coke problem. She was trapped. And had been trapped for like 10 years. She was a child, essentially, when they met. A teenager. I never even met her. I can't believe I know so much about her. I guess it comes from years of digging. He'd get high on drugs, and I'd ask questions about her. That's the only time he'd talk about her. It's when he was high. For years, I was trying to figure out, after I moved in and realized that he was a psycho, then I started trying to figure out if he killed her. I don't think like I said, I think because he was out of town, there was no opportunity. But his abuse absolutely led to her taking her own life. 100%. If she would have never met him, she'd still be alive. She didn't have no prior criminal record, no history of drug use when she met him. And then a decade later, that was a different story. Bless her heart, she really did not know. Just like I didn't. I met him the same way she did, in the strip club. He owned the club. He asked me to dinner. Made it seem like it was going to be this beautiful life of us just doing normal people shit. No. Yeah, she was a stripper like I was, and then he didn't want her stripping, so she's become a bartender like I was. Same story, same MO. I felt horrible for her kids. The state had to come and take them. It was horrible. Shit's killing me. Hello, John. Hope you're doing well. What the hell? My phone's having a seizure. Hello. Oh, thank you, Paul. It's thicker at times than others. What was we going to do? Water. Need food, water. Protein. Food line. I figured it out. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can. I didn't even start my watch. I don't even know how far I've been. Alright. Ready? Hold on. Oh, my puddle. Damn. Alright, I think I'm good. It slings water up on your butt. Wake up! I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide. I cry. Oh, I forgot I ain't got no brakes. Shit. I forgot I ain't got no brakes. God, it feels good today. Keep praying. Waiting on cards. Waiting on cards. Oh, welcome. Love system of a damn. I'm getting hot. I'm getting really hot. Oh, the ground's wet. I'm gonna bust my ass today. I gotta get the sweater off. I'm hot. We share seems to go nowhere. Well, I toss and turn, I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given. Oh, God.
I get mad if you get on there.
Oh, y'all have a good day. It's a married couple. They were harmless. I didn't hear what he said. What did he say? Did he say you caught some air on that one? I think that's what he said. I didn't hear it. Maybe he said, look at her go on that one. It was a man and his wife. They were smiling and laughing about me down bicycling. I need a videographer so I can get in the air. I can't get in the air with camera phones in my hand. I also need to buy a helmet. We'll get there. I was looking into last night the karate places here and stuff to see if there was any kind of adult defense places where I can take like lessons. There is. There is. Several. Give me a second. I gotta put this hoodie up. Yeah, I would definitely love to get back into mixed martial arts. I miss stuff like that. Dirt bike riding, tennis. I used to do all kinds of shit. Rock climbing. Pack my things and go. Touch me, baby, taints of love. Baby, taints of love. I'm gonna do some of this. Cupcake. Dollar Tree. It's so much cooler out here. It makes it so much more enjoyable, y'all. I'll be miserable when it's like 90 degrees, 100 heat index. Let's go get some breakfast, lunch, some brunch from the tree. Or actually, we're gonna go to the grocery store. Alright, y'all ready? I got on a nicotine patch. See it? I'm trying to quit smoking. Jeez, this thing is hurting my shoulder. Ouch. My front brakes are all wrapped around my Jesus. And with the early dawn moving right along, couldn't buy an eye full of sleep. God, I love him. He's got one of the sexiest voices ever. Someone get me a priest. Is this a cure or is this a disease? For my creator. I need to learn the words and go do karaoke one night. It'd be fun. Oh! Oh, I ain't got no brakes, homie. Shit. town is all the old people. Anybody under like 25 is a fucking problem around here. Seriously. The problem. I don't think you're old if you're 26, but you know what I mean. Ready to begin. No stopping. To be. Get that fixed before I end up dead. You didn't have no brakes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Alright, let's go get food. Whew. How far did we go? 1.5. 1.5. My brakes. I'll twist it up around the front of my... They probably got music on in here, y'all. I love audio slave. Them and live. Collective Soul, that was a good one. Thank you. I'm gonna get extra bottles of water so I can do. Oh, I'm out of the. We'll go to the Dollar Tree after we eat. Yeah, that's what I'm scared of, is that I'm going to flip over the handlebars and lose everything. No brakes, no teeth, I know. And mine are barely in there as it is. Me too, Paul. That's what made life so much fun though when you were a kid. That's the best memories. I remember when I lost my skin knee, my knee skin on a treadmill that my mama told me not to play on. She said, don't go get on that treadmill. That was the first thing I did and I got hurt. It's things like that that I remember, that it's like you live and you learn. Teachable.
You would have what you got.
Thank you for shopping. See you soon.
Got it. Alright, let's go. Yogurt. Oh, come on. Oh, well, thank you. Trying to get out of everybody's way. It is extremely busy in there. You see how it's cloudy? And I'm still squinting. When you're out here in it all the time, it hurts. It's like stronger than it typically would be. It feels like it's sunny when it's not even sunny. Alright. Oh. Hey, thanks, guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guy. Alright, let's see what I got for you. 9 on the bench. I'm falling off the bench. So I think you're supposed to mix it with 8 grams, but y'all, I like mine thicker so I can get it down quicker, okay? I like my protein thicker so I can get it down. Watermelon.
It's hard enough to keep one.
Cottage cheese. I'm not eating food because it's got sugar.
I go. No, you did. You did. Use it yesterday.
The one with the Carolina tag. Right there. There he is again. You know, I guess it'll get to the point to where I'll have to be so confrontational. Oh, is that your wife? Is that your... Shut the front door. Y'all, I should walk up and tell her about his behavior when she's not around. Let's go make sure that's him. Oh. Sure is. Sure is. Oh, dirtbag. What are the chances?
Hey, how are you?
Good, what's going on today?
I'm doing well. Got caught in your harassing people.
Yeah, you got trolled. I have a YouTube channel with all my with over 80,000 followers. You got trolled. Yeah, somebody's trolling me.
Okay. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm enjoying my lunch. How are you?
I was having lunch myself.
Listen, I didn't troll you. How about you trace that number back? Because I've been getting stalked by the same people for 2 years. I've lost my job, my home, and my truck.
Yeah.
Yep, I got multiple police reports filed, over 50 throughout 7 states, and nobody cares, not even the FBI cares to find out who caused you to troll you. But I can assure you that whoever trolled you is the same person that's caused me to lose everything for 2 years.
Well, hey, that you lost everything. Okay.
All right. Sorry about
No,
that.
you're fine.
Y'all have a great day. Be safe. Thank you. The same people that just called are the same people that called my job and had me fired. You see what I go through? And now everybody in town that just saw that thinks I'm a troublemaker. Yeah, why don't you trace that number back? I got a couple of IP addresses you can trace too. Imagine your stalker calling the cops, lying on you, and then you have to deal with the cops every day, and the cops not realizing that you're the victim of cybercrime. If you're out that you are on your phone, and you're talking loud. I'm not talking. Okay, well, I won't go back in. And you're in either person, you're gonna ride. Okay.
Miss Clark, you understand you're banned, correct?
I'm leaving. Can I
Do
leave?
you understand? You're banned, that's it.
I'm banned.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you banned from school. In the property.
I'm banned from. There's nowhere. Y'all are idiots. All of y'all. All 4 of y'all are idiots. Pathetic. Sorry, excuse. So this is the second place that I've been banned from this week because of trolls from the internet. Instead of the officers doing their job and tracing that phone number back to find out who these stalkers are, I'm now being banned from another establishment because people are stupid. I didn't even speak a word to anybody in that grocery store when I came in, did I? Did I speak a word to anybody in there? Oh, okay, yeah, because you're an evil bitch. People like you are what's wrong with the world. You're gonna rot in hell, you evil bitch. Y'all were with me the whole time. Did I speak to anybody in the store when I was in there? That was the only place for me to buy groceries in this town. Walmart is not an option, and now I have nowhere to eat at. Do you see how they treat homeless people? Do you see how they treat homeless people? That fat, ugly cunt of a bitch. Did you see her? Why is it always the same suspects? Why is it always some fat, middle-aged white bitch out here causing problems in my life? She looks just like the bitch at that bank that fucked me over. She looks like Julie from the clerk's office that fucked up my paperwork. She looks like those 2 bitches at Planet Fitness that called the law and lied on me. Do I need to keep going? Did I even speak to anyone in that grocery store when I was in there? Roll the video back and see. She said you're being loud. Ma'am, I'm sitting here eating my food. I'm not being loud. And you got a pervert in the parking lot that's been stalking me. You need to be worried about that, not me. You need to be worried about that fucking guy that was picking up a hooker over here yesterday, not me. Thank you, Michelle. You see? Now I have nowhere to buy groceries. And that's how they're outlawing homelessness. There's nowhere else in this. That is literally the only grocery store in this town. The only one. There's no Publix. There's no Winn-Dixie. There's no Walgreens. There's nowhere else. So now I have nowhere to buy groceries. Can't go to Walmart because the trolls called and lied. And now the trolls have called and lied again. And me and the manager just got into it. And she's a fat fucking piece of shit anyway. So I would never want shit from her anyways. I knew that she had a problem last week because she would come out there when I was out there filming, minding my business, and she was all up in my mouth. There is no way to move. I have to be here by law. I'm tied here. I've already said that 100 times and I'm sick of saying that. So the next person that says anything about moving will automatically be blocked. Why is it that all of these women become bitter and miserable when they start to gain weight and then they start acting like children again? They turn into little high schoolers where they sit around causing problems in other people's lives because they're not happy with themselves. Fuck her and fuck those cops. Fat fucking bitch. Balding fat fucking bitch. Face looking like a cherry tomato from fucking eczema. From the shit ass diet she eats. Stupid bitch. All of them. All these bitches out here fucking with me that have homes, careers, jobs. They need to eat a dick and choke and die. Do you hear me? They are exactly why I am homeless. People like that have led to me being homeless. Do you get it? So I have nowhere to buy fruit, yogurt, nothing now. I have nowhere to buy groceries. So what am I going to do for food? And this is exactly why victims of sex trafficking go back to their perpetrators. Because what am I supposed to do at this point? I have no way to get food now. There's nowhere else in this town to buy food. There's one grocery store, Food Line, that's it. So where am I supposed to freaking buy food now, you know? She knows that. They watch my channel. See, remember? Okay, now I'm going to put it all out there. Remember the lady that pulled up to give me a sandwich and a water? She's an alcoholic and she has custody of 2 children. And it pisses me off because she sat around this town talking shit about me for 30 years as I gave her donations out of my closet for her and her children. As she drinks herself to fucking sleep every night. I get to watch this mother who is an alcoholic raise children that she does not pay attention to, who she is fucking up psychologically in the head, subjecting to trauma, and I was framed for something I didn't do. I was framed for child abuse, and I watched this mother in the community abuse her children every night that she drinks, and she works in Food Line. She works in Food Line. That was one of the women that come up to me wanting to be nice to me. Her name's Jane. You're not my fucking friend, you fake ass bitch. You fake ass fucking bitch, you're not my friend. You're a fake ass fucking toddler in an adult body raising children that you abuse on a daily basis, and people like that make me sick. So she works in Food Line. I find it interesting. Small town, less than 2,000 people, right at 2,000 people. And that's where that alcoholic of an abusive fucking person works. I'm sick of people claiming that I did shit that I didn't do when I sit out here and watch these fuckers abuse their children and drink and do drugs. And that's exactly why I stopped being friends with her. Many years ago. Many years ago. It's just weird. You know, these small towns, these people, they're trying to keep their secrets quiet. You know, I just find it interesting. Oh yeah, they're fake. They're fake Christians around here. They all get dressed up on Sunday, go to church, and then by Monday morning, they're banning people from food lines so that they don't have access to food because they're homeless. You know what I mean? They're fake Christians around here. Absolutely fake as hell. Did you see that ugly bitch? And that's how God makes people's outsides match their insides. I hadn't bothered anybody. She said that I was talking too loud. Roll the camera back. Was I talking too loud? No, I wasn't. Some people literally, what did I say? My mere existence. Let me explain something to you. When I walk into these places, everybody stops and looks at me. It doesn't matter if I go in Hardee's or Food Line or where. The whole room stops. I can walk into that Advanced Auto and the whole room will stop. You don't understand. That bitch has been eyeing me for 3 weeks since I got on the street. Every time I go out there to film, that fucking fat ass manager was in my fucking face. Checkmate, bitch. All up in my fucking face. Every time I'd film. Every time I'd go in there and buy food. And I could tell that some of the workers at cash... Look, there he goes again. Stay away from me. You've been put on notice. Stay away from me. If I see you again, you'll be arrested. Fucking freak. You see what I'm dealing with? Do you see how did he just leave? He just pulled out of that parking lot. Then how is he coming up this road? Circling the block to start shit. Circling the block to start shit. They are very hateful, Michelle, and closed off. I knew this yesterday when I was minding my business in Hardee's eating, and some lady comes up to me trying to talk to me, and she's like talking about Jesus, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, this bitch thinks I'm a drug addict. And she's like, do you know Jesus? And I was like, yes, ma'am. Actually, for a living, I teach people about Jesus. I tell people to do the right things, and I help people with mental health and psychology and drug addiction. I said, that's what I do for a living. They're very close-minded, simple-minded. They've never left this fucking town. Yes, you're absolutely right. And they're fake religious. Thank you, Byron. Bryn, thank you so much. Yeah, they're very close-minded. And let me tell you something. The fact that I know that woman has custody of her children and is an alcoholic subjecting those children to abuse, that just the fact that I know that is enough to get me barred from that place. That's how these people work. Just the fact that I know that information is enough to put a target on my back. See, she came over to me and tried to play nice and give me a sandwich and some water so I would shut up. People gonna learn real quick. You want me to shut up? The quickest way for me to shut up is for you not to tell me to shut up. Because if you tell me to stop talking about something that's important, that's gonna help people by bringing awareness to that situation, I'll never shut up. People don't get it because they're evil and they are complicit in corruption. Completely. I didn't say a motherfucking thing to anybody in that store. And matter of fact, when I came out, there was a little old lady sitting in front of me. And so I purposely didn't say anything. And then that motherfucking stalker went to go take a picture of his car just to have it on camera because I have to protect myself because he'll be back in my face before the afternoon. How much you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? I put $1,000 on it before the afternoon. That fucker will be in an empty car by himself in my face again. So I need to keep a record. So when they find his dead body in the street, I have enough evidence to protect myself. I got him on camera a day before yesterday picking up what appeared to be a prostitute. I guess he thinks that every girl that rides around this town on a bicycle or that's walking is that, you know? I don't know, but he won't leave me alone. Nasty ass. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I'll get a ride. I'll get a ride elsewhere, buy groceries, and put them back in the fridge again. You want to fucking play with me? Okay. Okay. And now I can spit names. Since I ain't never got to go back in there, I can release names of people that work there that I know abuse their children and drink and do drugs on a daily basis then. How about that? Since you want to play games, I'll leave a nice review letting everybody know on Google how y'all treat homeless people. Because you're fat and nasty and you're sad and pathetic. Oh, wretched ass bitch. Looking like goddamn Humpty Dumpty. I didn't say nothing to nobody. They fucking haters because they hate themselves. How many times do I have to go through this for y'all to open your eyes? I am not the problem. People have a problem with my mere fucking existence because I'm goddamn amazing. Get in the wagon or get out of my way. People try to dim your shine because they ain't got no shine, honey. They full of damn darkness. Evil ass, fat ass, ugly ass, old ass, miserable ass, bitter ass bitch. I need to get a pen and a paper to start writing down these instances. I guess I have my thing, but my notes, but I would rather have an actual pen and paper in my book bag, like a little notepad, so I can write down dates and times that all of these cars are stalking me. That's the new guy, the guy in the Carolina car. I've done seen him 20 times in 5 days, 6 days. He always tries to get me to stop my bicycle. He'll pull up right beside me, roll his windows down, trying to flag me over, or he'll get right close to me, about half a foot from me, and drive by me, trying to talk to me while I'm riding. And I always say, I'm working, go away. And he gets mad. Then he tries it again. Come on, it's 35, Karen. I find it humorous. So, hold on, let's think about this logically. Planet Fitness incident, a lie. My job, the reason I lost it, a lie. The reason I had to drop out of school, a lie. The reason I can't shop at Food Line, because of a lie. The reason I can't go into Walmart, because of a lie. The reason I don't have my kid, because of a lie. Do I need to keep going? God's trying to show you something. Fuck that miserable fat fucking bitch. Evil. You gotta be evil as fuck to ban a homeless woman from having access to food, because that's what she just did. I have nowhere else to buy food. Where will I get food? I don't know. I guess I'll have to take to begging on the fucking internet for dinner now, because I can't eat McDonald's. I can't eat Burger King. I can't eat that shit. I have to have fruits, vegetables, yogurt, and I have no way to get that. So She knew that though. She knows my channel. She knows my channel because that bitch Jane, the one that's an alcoholic that abuses her children, she works there. So she knows exactly who I am. Everybody in that food line knows my channel and they watch me. I know it for a fucking fact because some of them have told me. It's public knowledge. There's one grocery store for 2,000 people in this small ass town. Everybody knows everybody. She knows I have nowhere else to get food. It was intentional. She fits the exact description of every fat bitch that has ever fucked with me before. Middle-aged, white, fat, miserable, job, career, home, probably a family. Passing judgment on someone who's a victim of sex trafficking. Crazy. Who's homeless because of sex trafficking. What an evil bitch. People like, she gonna burn in hell. She gonna burn in hell. Do you hear me? She is why society is so bad. There's so many of her running around. That's why the world looks like it does. And they keep multiplying. They are cloning bitches like her. We are fucked. I wasn't gonna say no names, but since y'all wanna play games, I can start spitting out last names too. Them bitches will be hunting me down and say, keep my name off the internet. How about you quit drinking and smoking dope and be a good mama to your children and I'll shut my fucking mouth. How about that? Deal? You talking to somebody that was sober with her daughter, who was framed for child abuse when she was innocent, and you want me to sit here and shut my mouth when I see a child actually being abused? How does shit get so backwards? How do parents like that get to keep their children and parents like me get framed for shit they didn't even do? That's why I'm homeless. You think that's bad? You should have seen me trying to get a job from bitches like her. Their faces switch the moment they see me. They go from the moment the higher end managers saw me, the smile disappeared. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, I'm pathetic, but you're over here sucking my dick. Thank you for the blowjob this morning, sir. Whew. Appreciate it. You get good head. Great head. Yeah, they don't believe in freedom of speech in this town. We've already learned that really quick. Remember that dumb bitch that come out the pizza shop saying, we're not saying you can't speak, we're just saying you can't speak. And I want my followers that are smart to pay attention to the comment section, because the dumb people that do not realize that I have the First Amendment right to open my motherfucking mouth in any goddamn context that I motherfucking want to, This is how our right to speech is on the fucking line. I've already called it twice. Today, and then the pizza shop. We're not saying you can't talk. We're just saying please don't talk. Bitch, that's your problem. See, that's why you're stupid, and that's why you're complicit in corruption. Evil ass motherfuckers. Anybody that says that you do not have the right to speak is evil and ignorant. Stay away from people like that. They operate on feelings instead of facts. Fuck them all. Fuck this whole town. Feed them goddamn fish heads. Jealous ass bitch, both of them. I could see it in both their eyes. So jealous. How you got a career, a family, and a car, and a home, and you jealous of a homeless woman? I'll tell you why. Because they're fat and nasty, that's why. I'm waiting on y'all. Alright, he's an idiot. I guess he doesn't realize he can turn right on red. Most of them don't. Yeah, what a dumbass bitch. All of them. There's one or two in there I've talked to. There's actually 3 of them that's in there that's nice. There's 3 ladies that work in that food line that's extremely nice. The rest of them are bitches that hate themselves. Oh well. Shit, I might get somebody to deliver me some fucking fruits and vegetables. We'll figure it out. Good thing I work for a living. Gives me resources to figure out how to deal with other people's bad behaviors. I mean, really, she looks like somebody's grandma out there fucking with a homeless woman. If you had something to say, why not pull me aside? Why not say, hey, we want to infringe and tread on your fucking civil rights, so can you just not talk? See, that's the problem. She can't do that. She ain't woman enough to do that because she's a coward. A bully. A bully. I know exactly who she is. Anybody go to high school with that food line manager over there? How do I know that she was a bully? Tell me I'm wrong. Guess what? She never grew up. She's still a bully. And now she's the manager of a fucking food line. Fucking with a homeless woman. Go figure. Usual suspects. Some shit never changes, does it? Big ass bully. So sad. I feel bad for people like that because they really are going to burn in hell. She was. She looked like little Hitler, didn't she? I think she even had a mustache. That's funny. We're gonna work out. It's okay. When I'm a millionaire, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send all them fat bitches that work over there a dozen donuts. Maybe I might send 6 dozen. And I'm gonna write a little note. Haha, bitches, checkmate. You're still miserable and I'm over here with money and a home now. And a long-term career when I can help people. That's what we'll do. We might even send fucking flowers. Personalized note. Haha, I made it. Don't worry. I didn't die from you banning me because you hate yourself. I was able to get groceries and now I help other people in my exact situation. Hope you have fun burning in hell, you fat bitch. That's what we'll do. We'll send a bouquet of flowers with some donuts. She looks like she likes donuts. I'm gonna get eaten by Cujo, y'all. Is he friendly?
Too friendly.
He's too friendly. Hello. You are a big bear. Are you sure he's friendly? He's cute. I mean, he's huge. He's big. His head is the size of a center block. I don't know if you can see that in comparison to my hand. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm sending you flowers too. No, when I have money like that, it'll actually be used to create programs for the homeless and people in addiction services. I don't know. I had a plan until I had to drop out of school because of the hate. I was actually in ministry school, Bible college, up until 3 weeks ago. I had to drop out because I don't have a car now. So I have no way to do my schoolwork if I don't have a computer. It's one of the many things I had to walk away from because of all the hate. It's crazy. It's crazy that I did the right things, that I've been a good person, and I'm constantly punished. People around here are not happy with themselves, and it shows. Primarily in the amount of alcohol consumption and drug consumption that goes around in this town. I'm not judging. I just wish that drug addicts and junkies and alcoholics would stay away from it. That manager not only has mental health problems, but she does not deserve to be in her position. She's a cunt. Do you hear me? She is the worst type of person next to a pedophile. People like her are extremely dangerous because they operate on emotion instead of facts. They're willing to lie. They're willing to be manipulative, conniving, and they're vindictive. I know who she is without even knowing her. This is what I do. Anyone that respects themselves would not be out here messing with homeless people. Only people that lack self-respect and love are out here messing with homeless people. What a fat waste of life. Oh, it's okay, she'll be dead in a few years, statistically speaking. Them cankles, that face, she's already got her health problems. She probably won't make it another 20, 15 years. Karma. Nice truck, boy. That was what my first Ford looked like. It was two-tone though, same make and model. Mine was Carolina blue and navy blue. What a evil old witch. You see what I mean? What did I tell y'all? Oh, absolutely not. The content makes itself. All she's doing is helping me make money and helping me show the world how homeless people are treated. And I didn't even smell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I can't see shit. And then I'm all in the road. See, when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. I was in the road. There was a car behind me. I mean, it's the parking lot. They're trying to get in the parking lot. What an evil old bitch. She said, "You were talking." I said, "Yes, I work from home." She's like, "But you were talking loud." No, I wasn't. Not today, I wasn't. Yesterday, maybe. Last night, maybe. Today, I wasn't. You're lying. You're lying. I have it all on camera. You're lying. The reason I wasn't today was because there was a homeless lady sitting next to me that was waiting on a ride. She had her purse and some stuff from Food Line. So I was chilling out, trying to mind my business and eat my food. I was eating, not even running my fucking mouth when the cops run up. Run it back. Run this back. All four of them fuckers were standing there lying to my face. I'm sick of this shit. They always want to start something and they're bold-faced lying. Just like Planet Fitness. You can't film yourself on the gym floor. That was why that whole situation went down. Over a lie. I'm sick of it. It's like I'm the only person on earth sometimes that knows how to tell the damn truth. It's frustrating. Alright, I'm gonna work out. I don't know if my phone will work. Hopefully it will. I don't know. I don't think so. I think the trolls called the cops, and she was tired of the trolls calling the food line, so she just banned me. Do you understand? They're getting a call every time I walk in there. Somebody from the internet calls and says, oh, she's doing something that I'm not doing. They'll say that I'm in there soliciting. I'm in there trying to sell drugs. I'm in there and I'm trying to be a prostitute. They'll make up lies. I don't know. They say I go to the bathroom and do drugs. It's lies. It's because I have a channel. It all happened really fast. I agree, Marley. And the cops, you know, those cops today, I don't know them. I don't fuck with them. They're not like the other ones. That's all I know. The other ones usually explain what the fuck is going on, or like, I don't know, man. They ain't like the other ones. I don't really give a fuck. You know why I don't give a fuck? Because it's the principle. The principle is I work from home. I'm homeless. I spend money in there. I'm not bothering nobody. That's the fucking principle. And I don't care about nothing outside of that. You know what I mean? Oh, no, they just tried to run me over. Yeah, I have a Walmart employee on camera veering the van to hit me while I was on a bicycle. These people around here hate themselves so much, it's unbelievable. Like I said, the only good people in this town are the old people. Everybody under the age of like 30 is a fucking retard around here. Oh, and then that old bitch up at Food Line. Miserable sack of shit. She will burn in hell. They all will. And I'm gonna be looking down laughing. I ain't never met so many fucking evil people in my life. COVID really solidified all this shit. Pieces of shit. Thank you for the content. Thank you for proving my point. Let's see if I can hang out in this park without the cops being called, because these people in this neighborhood hate themselves. The last time I was over here, cops. Homeless people are not allowed to hang out at this park, I guess. I mean, I am the only homeless person in this town other than 2 meth heads, apparently. So, they run them off. They send them to Winston, Rockingham. They run them off. Give them a resource card that they can scan so they can go elsewhere. They better get used to it, because next year they're going to have hundreds of people out here on the streets. Maybe thousands, unfortunately. I bet those bathrooms over there ain't even open. But they get millions of dollars a year for this fucking park. Bathrooms back there, but I bet you can't even use them. How much you want to bet? That's what they do. Yep. The reason they have the bathrooms locked up is because the homeless people. Yep. And they get millions of dollars of funding per city. It's in the budget. It's in the state budget to have resources. Those are supposed to be unlocked. They never are. Monday, it don't matter. I've been over there on Monday. They're not unlocked. I've been over there. So someone called the food line and lied, said that I was once again like soliciting people or bugging people in the store. When the cops came to talk to the manager just banned me from the store from the drama. And she also said that I had been talking before outside of the store. So I'm just not allowed to speak at all? That's what they're saying. Fuck that. Fuck her. Fuck those cops. You know, this is why I'm not a cop, because I would have looked at her and I would have said, ma'am, you're going to ban her because someone called and lied on her? Her mere existence bothers you that bad? You hate yourself that much that you want to starve a homeless woman? And this is why I'm not a fucking cop. Because I would have had to arrest her for being fucking heartless. Do you hear me? Some people, common sense is dying in this country. Thank you so much, Priscilla. God bless. Common sense is dying. Our rights are on the line. This is what this channel is about. That is 2 times this week my First Amendment right has been stomped on, violated, all of it on camera. The fact that I have a mouth and I run it is too much for the masses. Even if I'm not cussing, even if I'm not talking about anything controversial, just my mere existence in this town is too much for these fucking people that hate themselves. You just witnessed it on camera. Twice. And here comes Karen. She got her phone in her hand. She's looking to see what I'm doing. Let's see if she looks to see what I'm doing. That's usually what they do. They'll come out of one of these houses and then they come over here and park. They're like, who's that? And then they call the law. They're like, there's this weird person at the park. No, it's not. It's not common anymore. Common sense is not common. These people around here, though, it's worse because small towns brew small minds, so they ain't ever had to think before, so they don't know how to. So when these instances happen, they don't understand because they ain't got no helmet. How many times has these trolls called the law on me since I've been homeless on the streets in the past 4 weeks? A dozen? I've had a dozen officers in my face in 4 weeks because of troll calls. And instead of them doing a proper investigation and doing their fucking job and tracing the goddamn number to find my stalkers because I have open cases. Listen to what I'm telling you. The same people that keep calling all of these businesses, they're the same stalkers I've had for 2 years between 7 states that I have had to file police reports on. Listen to what I'm telling you. All they got to do is trace the number back. And boom, they caught my stalker that other police departments have been looking for 2 years. Do you know how frustrating it is? So the Walmart manager said he had the phone number and he wouldn't give it to me. I said, please give me the number. He said, he got scared, wouldn't give me the phone number. I was this close to cracking my own goddamn case that I've done had to file 60 fucking reports on in the past 2 years. This is ridiculous. They cannot be this dumb. They clearly are. They clearly are. And you heard what I told him. I said, you need to trace that fucking number back. They won't. They'd rather be sitting on their fucking asses. Yeah, Melissa, I probably should. Sure. K. Marie, I don't know why it's blocking that message. I'm trying to show it and it won't let me. Yeah, parks are public. Yeah, but you don't understand. So is the grocery store, and you just saw what happened. So is Walmart, and you saw what happened. I've been over at this park before. I'm actually surprised the cops haven't rode back yet. All of these people that live in these houses, they're all assholes. And you know, it's crazy because there's a church right there. There's a church right there. When I lived out of my car, we would come over here to work. We'd work out on that bench right there, and the cops would stay rolling about. Rolling about. Because these people, they call the law. They're like, oh, there's a black truck at the park. It looks like she lives out of her car. So they just assume that you're trying to, I guess, pitch a tent right here. I don't know. They're simple-minded. All I know is what's happened in the past. And I've been over here in the past, and these people are not good people. I'll leave it at that. They nosy. They ain't got nothing to do. They ain't got no damn life. Some of y'all are dumb, and that's why you get blocked. Because I don't argue with idiots. So I used to go in there 2 or 3 times a day and use the bathroom. So now I don't have that bathroom. There's nowhere else to use the bathroom. Parties. But how often can I go in there? See, that's the problem. This is how this becomes a bigger problem. I used to split my time up between the laundromat, Food Line, and Hardee's to use the bathroom, but now I can't go in Food Line, so that means I'm going to have to go into the other 2 businesses more, which causes problems. If they see you too much, they'll do the same thing that Food Line did. Welcome to the real world. God is trying to show you something through my story. Probably mainly that people in positions of power have serious mental health problems, as we've seen today. Once again, compassion and empathy does not exist in the modern world. It's just narcissists being cloned that operate on feelings instead of facts. Buckle in, bitches. I hope you brought your helmets. Next 3-4 years is going to be even worse. And it's all, what's the saying, uphill from here? Seriously, because these things will never get better. These people are having kids, and they're teaching their kids to act just like they do. I guess she wasn't trying to be a Karen, but she still looks like one. Middle-aged white woman. It's usually the fat ones that act like that, though. Shit. commission meeting. Girl, with what? My looks? I got a whole new problem. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get food. You know, I kind of am starting to enjoy when people start to behave this way, because not only does it prove my point and it proves my theory, but it shows me who the fuck to stay away from. People like that manager are extremely dangerous. You don't understand. Some of y'all might. If you know anything about psychology, then you know exactly what I mean. She's the type of bitch to call and falsify a police report, ruin something. She's the type of lady to accuse some woman of child abuse and it be a lie. Yeah, that's exactly who she is. A fucking coward. A weak bitch. And dangerous. People say I'm dangerous. No, honey, not like that. I'm nowhere near as dangerous as that bitch that has a job. It's crazy that people don't understand this. That's how we're getting dumber, but that's why I keep talking about it. Maybe they'll get it eventually. Excuse me, sorry. It's starting to drizzle, y'all. You know, the fact that I wear workout clothes is also another reason why they would ban me. I know it sounds stupid, but I can assure you that what I say is true. Weirdos. There's that loser. Got another one. RHZ14118. If I see you again, I'm calling the law. I know you're watching me. If I see you again, I'm calling the law. I have you on camera 6 times today. So play with me. Play with me. I've been waiting on that tag. Play with me. Already had to deal with them once today, so I know what to expect. I can call them back and deal with them again. Play with me. You see what I mean? That's the same dude that's been riding around stalking me all morning. Weirdos. I know, Paul. I'm aware. That's why people want to destroy me. I know I'm better than half of these fuckers out here because I'm not as evil as them. I would never treat somebody the way that society has treated me. Oh, and let's not forget that I was framed for a crime and had my child stolen from me over lies. People have no clue what evil is. It's crazy. Crazy. This whole goddamn world. People are so jealous of this fucking channel that I make no money from. It's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. How stupid people are. Let's just all sit here. Oh my God. Come on, dude. Pick it up. It's 35, you dumbass. Jesus Christ. What a stupid ass. Come on, y'all. Pick it up. It's 35. Oh shit, I ain't got no brakes. I forgot. My phone working? It's starting to rain again. I gotta find shelter. Yeah, that's exactly why I couldn't be a cop, because I would have told that fat, ugly bitch to mind her goddamn business. I would have been like, so you a cold-hearted bitch, huh? Like, goddamn. I've been going in there 4 or 5 times a day to buy food. Y'all have been with me. What an evil bitch. People like that are the exact type of people that ought to be burned at the fucking stake. If we could just get rid of all of those bad people, the world would be a better place. But I think that's what Hitler tried to do, and so I think that's against the law. But, what we gonna do? They're just multiplying. There ain't no talking to people like that. They don't have the level of awareness to realize what they've done. They're too stupid. She's ignorant. She doesn't realize that she's like literally put me into a position to starve. Or maybe she does know. And maybe that's what she was planning to do. And in that case, she's a waste of human life. Do you get it? Thank you so much. Thanks for the floating hearts. There's 2 types of people in this world. Good people, bad people. People that have awareness, people that don't have awareness. It's that simple. People that realize how their actions impact other people's lives, and people who don't give a fuck that their actions impact other people's lives. It's raining, y'all. Oh, evil bitch. Content makes itself. Proves my point. Y'all don't understand. I've been through this since I was a child. My first bullies was my teachers. Then CPS, social workers, my own family. And now it's everybody I come in contact with in society that has jobs, families, cars, careers. It's crazy. It makes me sick that someone that has everything would still be trying to destroy someone who has nothing. God is trying to show you something through me. All of these instances that are not my fault, my homelessness, that's not my fault. He's trying to show you something. The reality of the world. Why these problems are not getting better. Why people are not being helped. Why all systems are down. It is what it is. I didn't like walking in there every day knowing that all them old bitches sit around with my name in their mouth. You can tell when you walk in, people's eyes are shifting. You know, people's been talking about you. You can see them making eyes across the fucking food line. It's crazy because I could really be ugly right now, but I'm not gonna be. I just know things, personal information, and a lot of people in this town have a lot of problems that I'm sure they wouldn't want me to mention on the internet. It's sad. I hope they get help. I really do. I'm sick of having to go in there knowing that people talk shit and lie on you. They lie on you because they hate themselves. Everybody in that food line knows my trafficker. Everybody knows what he did to me. Everybody knows the story. And they sat there when I was a child and allowed it to happen. Instead of being honorable and reporting a crime, they allowed me to be abused. I have no respect for those people. One of those people works in that fucking very food line. It's crazy. I fucking hate a small town. Somebody's getting a ticket. I'm watching it. If I drank and did drugs, then I'd be one of the cool kids being able to hang out with all the bitches at Food Line drinking and doing drugs, you know? But because I didn't want to drink and do drugs, now I'm one of the outcasts. This happens in the workplace. It happens in school. It happens pretty much everywhere you go. When did the bullies become the cool kids? Seriously though, things have changed. Usually, when did the losers become the bullies? Because that's what I see in society today. Back in the day, if you were a loser, you were disproportionately bullied. But I've noticed that the losers have become the bullies in modern society. The roles have switched. If you go around a bunch of people that are mixed up in nefarious stuff, and then they try to get you involved in nefarious stuff, and you refuse to get involved, you will be bullied because you refuse to do what the cool kids were doing. Do you get it? So, when I got clean 5 years ago, I started to notice that a lot of people were trying to be rude and bullying me because I didn't want to drink or do drugs anymore. It's crazy. I went through this in the workplace too. People are crazy. Now another one showed up. That's why I mind my own business. Me too. Who was the cool kids? Not me. Why won't this turn around? There we go. My phone's about to die, y'all. I'm gonna have to charge that one up in a minute. I wonder what they doing. I'm nosy. They got a Chevrolet pulled. I was hoping that loser in the other Chevrolet would come back by with the cops sitting here. He ain't brave enough to do that. Where's my water? It started raining again. Now it stopped. Ow. And that cop did say that somebody called. He said somebody called and said you were over here bothering customers. So someone from the internet did call, because the cop told me that. You can hear it in this video. When that phone dies, I'm going to go take a break, go find a bathroom, figure out where to get some food. I might grab some lunch and then meet back up with you guys. I really didn't have plans for today except for the news earlier. I wanted to talk about those cold cases because they were very interesting to me. And also Rhonda's murder, the one that still hasn't been solved, the one that got shot through the back of the car. I bet you somewhere there's a married man that has some information on that one. She wouldn't have asked her mama if it was morally wrong to date a married man unless she was, in my opinion. Sad. Very sad. Yeah, I really wanted to talk about those cases. It's interesting. They still ain't found that the guy that killed his 3 daughters from like Arkansas. I think it was Arkansas. They still ain't found him. And the more information that comes out about him, the more I'm just like, how the hell was he even around children? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Crazy shit. Y'all. Y'all, I'm about to run so I can plug this phone up because I can't see nothing. I can't see nothing at all, and I'm sorry. I'm also being nosy and seeing what the cops are doing. But, I think they're just writing a ticket. But we'll talk this afternoon, okay? I'm gonna sit here and figure out what to do. Try to get in a better mood. Go use the bathroom. And we'll talk this afternoon. I love you guys. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for doing a talk at 2 on a Saturday with me. That was fun. I need to get back into that more, but it's really hard with all of this. You see what I go through. Pray for me. God knows I need it, and I'm praying for you guys. Bye, y'all. Maybe.